think stream has started. I think. Okay, yes, stream has officially started on my own computer, so I'm gonna do the little hello. Thank you for watching. Hello. Welcome to anyone watching us from the past, present, or future. And today we've been talking off screen about past versions of D&D because someone was very kind to me and gave me Pathfinder 2nd Edition for free. So, been unleashing a lot of cool takes. Oh my god, thank you KB Angel for paying money to talk about past editions of D&D.
Talking about past editions of D&D is my favorite thing.
Thank you, Ruby George, for also spending money to talk about past editions of D&D.
I want to be clear. I am paying to specifically not talk about previous editions of D&D.
Fine, I'll talk about the current edition of Pathfinder.
Counter sub.
No!
No!
I think my first time I ever played D&D was 4th edition because I think combat was very tactical. It was during college. It was like pre 2016, so I definitely think 5th wasn't out yet.
Maybe, because I know 5th edition came out like 2014?
Yeah, no, it was a good 2 or 3 years. It was like
long?
2 or 3 years before.
Yeah, no, it's been a hot minute. That's why I was craving for so long when Xanathars came out. I was like, it's been like 4 years since the Xanathars book. Please, more subclasses. And for now, I'm satisfied.
But I don't think we played on a grid. I think we did rulers. Like, it was just an open space, and you could only move so far on a ruler, like
Okay.
X-wing.
Yeah. That makes sense. Do you remember if the rules specified like squares or inches, or were the rules in feet?
I do not remember.
Because that's one of the things that 4th edition did, was it was very direct about like playing on a grid, and because it would measure things in like, you move 6 squares and this ability will push someone 1 square, whereas every other edition of D&D uses more natural language and talks about 5 feet increments, and you have a 30-foot speed, and that was something that was divisive for some people.
But thinking about the history of D&D, it seems like it's just going back to the very first edition.
Oh yeah, if you go back to like the war games, because a lot of tabletop war games
I love D&D
measurements
first edition chainmail.
In like a lot of those war games that the creators of the first edition, the 0th edition of D&D would have been playing, a lot of tabletop war games, it's like, yeah, you use a ruler or like a length of string of a known length, and and you measure in inches, and the rules refer to how many inches something can move or shoot, or whatever.
D&D stemmed out of wargaming.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't until like 3rd edition until it became a role-playing game where you actually got to role-play.
No, I would say that no. By AD&D, that was very well established.
As someone playing Baldur's Gate, I find this very debatable.
There are plenty of quotes of Gygax talking about, like the play acting portion of the game.
You say that, but it's also Gary Gygax, and he is as reliable as a paperboy trying to get you to buy his paper.
Now, yes, the old school D&D did have a larger focus on the, problem solving of the players versus the problem, and there's a lot more.
They're too strong. I'll just make a dungeon that they'll hate.
Slowly evolve with time to become just a player.
I mean, if you're thinking of Tomb of Horrors, you have to understand that Tomb of Horrors was specifically built for a convention, for people to like grind characters through and die. Like, you have to understand the context for which Tomb of Horrors.
So it was like a raid boss in an MMO.
Yeah, it was the original Tomb of Horrors was designed for a convention where a bunch of different GMs were running it at the same time, and a bunch of different tables were trying to run through it, and it was like a race.
Mm-hmm.
So the game, there was like this meta game beyond, like, yeah, that's not something that's not why we're playing D&D today. That's not why I'm Grizz, the bear wolf dog boy. But yeah, okay, that was more of a war game aspect, but that wasn't how, like, most of those people's home games were. Tomb of
Well,
Horrors was like an exception, not the rule.
well, talking about people's home games, we're not going to be playing a home game. We're going to be playing Wild Beyond the Witchlight.
Oh my god, that's so wild.
Yeah, no, we're
And it's
beyond
really-
that though.
Yeah, the Witchlight.
Why it's so dark here?
Oh my god.
Like, guys, light.
Oh my god.
I don't have that spell.
Oh my god. Looks at anything that's not a person. Oh my god, that's such a cute dog. Alright.
Chat, it's barking.
Makes any
It's
noise?
barking?
Oh shit, is that barking?
Oh my god. Borks.
What's that dog doing?
Fun fact, this is slightly tangential before I go into the recap. But one time I was running for one of my first campaigns, and I did the thing because I didn't want to name characters, but basically the players like took over this like pirate ship with a lot of goblinoids. So I was like, all right, you can take like one of each. You can take a goblin, hobgoblin, and orc. What's their names? And it consisted of the goblin was named Goblin, and that was his personality. There was Dolby the
I understand.
Hobgoblin, who was just an anxious man who frankly didn't belong in the pirate ship, but he got roped into it, and now he's roped into this. And then there was Bjork, which is just B, which is like supposed to be the bass boosted B in front of Orc. But when I typed it for the first time, I accidentally kept the caps lock, like the ship button, on the O, so it wasn't just Bork, it was Bjork. So
I was expecting it to be a JoJo's character based on that name, but
to be fair, I think that was before I introduced a lot of my friends to JoJo. I think I was somewhat familiar with JoJo at the time. Like, I would have had to have been a young JoJo fan.
Jojo.
Jojo Light.
Like, this is a... Yeah, that's probably a pre-pan reading part 4 JoJo fan.
Part 4, good part.
Part 4 is the JoJo part. Anyway,
It's the only part I've
Does that
watched
part
in
have a
its entirety.
stand called Limp Biscuit?
oh, you mean Flaccid Pancake? No, but Limp Bizkit is a great stand because it's invisible, making invisible zombies in a Florida prison.
What? I don't know what's going on. I've never
Don't
seen
worry,
that
there are
before.
also crocodile zombies. Do not
Oh
ask
my-
questions, they will not be answered.
That sounds like a Florida thing, though.
It is.
No, for a man who has never lived in Florida, a Rocky nails Florida. I can attest to this living in Florida.
As a baby who lived there for 6 months, I can attest. But sorry, I chose the worst time to get a snack of like caramel popcorn when coming up to FAF. But I think it's time to recap what happened last time on The Wild Beyond the Witchlight.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
I don't know Dragon Ball music that well. I never grew up with it. All right,
yes,
Baby frowns.
friends. So, last time, of the Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the gang had formally entered the Feywild, crossing through the mirror from the Witchlight Circus the module is named after, and crossed onto the other side, with the goal to stop 3 hags who have sort of set up some business you have seen on the other side of these weird creatures like shadows or frogs or weird ghouls taking things from people throughout the carnival. And knowing that their masters are on the other side, you are here to sort of bring justice to that and stop them from taking more things from other people. When entering this part of the Feywild, known as Hither, you entered upon a bridge on top of a large, expansive swamp surrounded in mist. When attempting to go down towards the bridge, you noticed that a large, oddly shaped basket with a large balloon was crashing down. To investigate the area, you guys went down towards a leaned tower, in which you guys had to, with a lot of jumping and some clever mage hands, found inside the basket was a fairy dragon, locked in a cage, under the name of Sir Talavir, a fairy dragon of the Summer Queen's court. Here to investigate what the hell was going on with the land formerly known as Prismere, and now just hither, tither, and yon. And he asked you to find a way to unlock him, and he would help out. In doing so in travel, you have heard of a particular mountain, or more of a hill, called Temley Hill, which has a particular goblin known as Jangle, who will supposedly have a key, who has a key for many things. In your pursuit to go for Jingle, you encountered some wacky antics, such as babbling gas and a very odd moving in that let you guys have the first time to really rest, truly, in a long time. Also, there were some bunny bandits, but they were battled off by a dance battle. I guess that's important. Halt. And right now, you guys are all at the base of Timley Hill, about to go up. Now, this is the
Make
point.
you mean we're at the foot of the hill.
You're right, you are at the foot of the hill, because there are many feet on the hill. Foothill. Oh! I'll thank you, Manary Heart, for the money!
Whoa.
And to think, you're not even talking about past editions of D&D on stream! Like, is that allowed? Is it? I don't know.
It turns out Twitch makes it easy for many people to give you money.
Really?
Yes.
You're saying...
Only half.
They take half of it, of course, but...
Yeah.
Well, that's, as Manary Heart says, that part's not allowed, and I wish to interpret it as such, because I'm, for the next few hours, God. I've decided.
I mean, Jeff Bezos works really, really hard on Twitch. He deserves
Jeff Bezos works really, really hard on... and also he does...
somehow. He has to build the weapons to fight Superman.
Oh god.
No, that's not the music I was looking for. What? You don't appreciate my Danganronpa free time music?
I'm just surrounded by Danganronpa fans, aren't I?
You sure are, buddy. You sure are. I saw. Hey, shout out to, I think, is it Buster Cop? Is that your friend's
Buster
name?
Core.
Buster Core. I saw their YouTube video thumbnail before when I was like advertising this on Boingo's Discord, and let me tell you, their thumbnail of how I learned to love Danganronpa sure is how I make people fall in love with Danganronpa. Because when I played through the first game, it's very much me trying to convince people it gets good. because Danganronpa 2 is fantastic. Danganronpa 1 is something you have to learn to like when it is good.
See, here's the thing. I'll just stick to Ace Attorney.
Like a sane person?
Yeah.
I haven't played it either.
That's okay. Again, I'd only really recommend Danganronpa 2. Like, look up the plot synopsis of Danganronpa 1 for context, and you'll be good. Alright. Oh, I should zoom in a little bit more on this one. There we go. There we go. Alright. There we go. There we go. Now we can do as my good old friend Vivian VTuber says, begin roleplay. So.
Hey, you gonna tell me that, used guy?
So, yes, as you arrive at Temley Hill, at the base of this mountain with, like, Dio-like shoes, or elf shoes, really, is probably the more colloquial, appropriate phrase, you're greeted by the scent of sweet-smelling fruit, a damp, downy, silver-green moss blankets a gentle upward slope before giving way to a craggy ridge that marks the top of the hill. Dozens of enormous willow trees dot the hillside, swaying as though a breeze, despite the absence of one. So they're just sort of vibing.
You mentioned a smell like sweet fruit.
Yes.
Can Grizz follow his nose?
You got it.
And determine the where the smell is coming from.
Alright, do a perception check.
I just want to say, while the check is being done, the way you said yes was just steamed hams.
Yes. I'm glad you found out. I'm glad you found out one of the secret pillars of my personality.
Steamed hams.
Yes. May I see it? No. I will say, the only thing holding me back from doing, like, a redeem to make people have me reenact steamed hams is more the fact I don't know if I want to do it multiple times on stream. But doing it once.
Require a genre. Do different readings, different interpretations.
Dramatic, Shakespearean.
Oh. Seymour.
You're welcome.
Why is there smoke coming out of thy oven? Superstition Chalmers, it's a steam from the steamed clams we're having. Steamed clams. But anyway. But yeah, Grizz, you have a keen nose for smelling of fruits. It's sort of like a treat, I imagine, for you. Almost a palate cleanser if you just want to get easy food. The low-hanging fruit. You see probably about, I would say, like, it's a lot of citrusy sort of fruits about, and the one that sort of catches your eye the most is a nice low-hanging apple. It looks like it is just starting to not be green anymore. Like, that red is starting to really show up throughout most of the apple. It's like just starting to ripen up.
Alright, well, Grizz is gonna go over there, and if he is tall enough to reach it, he is going to reach to pluck the apple.
I would say you're low enough. Or it's low enough. Like, I feel it's a low-hanging fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so you pluck it out?
Yeah, I do.
Ah! You hear the tree underneath you get like a little like, ah! Oh, I wasn't ready for that!
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you could talk.
Oh, and I didn't realize you'd pick out fruits from a tree without asking first.
Well, where I come from, trees don't normally talk or have opinions on things.
Well, I'm from. People ask very nicely before taking out the apples from my tree. What if I just took out your, what if I took the apple out of your hand? How would you like that?
Well, I guess it's your apple, so if you want it back, you can have it back. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I know you're sincere. It sort of lowers the branch for you.
Grizz puts the apple on the branch.
It does not stick. It just plops down.
Oh.
Oh. I'll be honest, I haven't had a rude person do this in a long time. I don't know what happens.
Well, at least we know the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Look, you were talking about low hanging, so I had to make a low hanging
Yeah.
Grizz turns to the others. This apple tree's talking.
Yeah, you all can hear it. If you're like relatively close.
I would imagine Zeb's non-plus because he works with a talking tree.
This one doesn't even have a face. It just is a tree that is able to communicate.
What's the movie with tree with tits?
The what?
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 There was an animated movie where in one sequence a tree has tits.
Oh, the last unicorn.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Those tits haunt my
See, I haven't
night.
seen Last Unicorn, so I don't know about tree.
You know, Last Unicorn is one of those movies that's been on my to-watch list forever. Because it was animated by, if I'm not mistaken, animated by the same studio who did The Flight of Dragons, which is an amazing movie.
I know that's your movie.
That's my movie.
I watched it many times. I know the song. The last unicorn.
Alright,
One
well
of
now
these
that
days
we...
I'll sit down and
But,
watch the last.
Alright, I think we should
Okay.
all no longer be
Yeah.
distracted by Tree Titty. For all these trees are flat as boards.
Alright.
So we're in that kind of thing.
Grizz will pick up the apple that fell to the ground and be like, perhaps I could trade you something for the apple?
Why, what would you trade for an apple?
What would a tree want?
Probably good soil.
Well, I've been like...
I could get you
It sort of
some
sways
water from
around.
the river?
It sort of sways around like as if it would be looking around. And it goes, well, it has been pretty foggy and boggy around. If I got some light, I very much appreciate that.
I mean, the only light I can think of to make us fire, and I don't think trees would like that.
I mean...
Hey, equivalent exchange though.
And then whatever's burned is useful for, fertilizing the soil afterwards.
I don't know enough about fires to dispute that. That doesn't sound right.
I'm thinking about chemicals.
I'm afraid moving the fog is a bit beyond our abilities.
Can you not create your own light?
Waving his hands, trying to get some of the fog to go away.
I'm not magic, but
Man, cool lie!
You're more magic than I.
Like, I don't want to say roll deception, because I think Grizz is genuinely not thinking about that.
oh yeah, no, Grizz does not conceive of himself as a spellcaster. I know I am a full caster as a druid, but I've been picking my spells specifically to be sort of subtle, and Grizz, at least at this point, conceives of his quote spells as tricks and just knowledge of nature. Now, as we spend time in the Feywilds, that's gonna change. He's gonna realize that he's
Whoa,
a
it's
magic
magic!
man. And I'm going to allow myself to pick more obviously magic spells. But yes, Grizz does not see himself as a wizard.
Well, the best thing I can do is pick tickets.
I walk up to the tree and go like, "Sir, ma'am, them, what would you prefer?"
I mean, I'm a tree. I don't even know what like those two words you just used mean.
Understandable, or your concept? Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
Fine tree. It won't help much, and it won't be quite exactly what you want. But cast minor illusion to make a little tiny sun.
Aw. Okay.
Do I need to do anything
No.
for it, or?
No. I'm just finishing up last my caramel popcorn. That's why I was.
Every time you say you have that, I remember I watched it too.
Grizz nods as the
As they
transaction
start-
is complete and begins to eat the apple.
But yeah, no. Once there's a little sunlight, the tree sort of like goes that like sort of sways towards that direction. You know, like how plants will just like slowly go towards any like sunlight. It knows it's not real, but it appreciates the gesture a lot. It goes like, even if it isn't the real thing, I do at least miss the idea. So, what brings you guys over here? What are you doing sleight of hand for?
Making sure nobody else could see me, gently putting my flint back into my pack.
People, the tree notices. The tree doesn't acknowledge it yet.
The tree will remember that.
The tree will remember this.
Well, Grizz has no concept of OPSEC, so he will say, "Oh, we're here to see the goblin,
Hmm?
the key goblin."
Oh, you're here to see Jingle Jangle?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
He's gonna get our friend here out of the cage. He points to the caged fairy dragon on.
Hmm. Well, that's very good. That's actually very nice. I know she very much likes keys, and she's very friendly. She'd probably help you in a heartbeat. Though, I do know, she's been having a bit of trouble recently.
Oh, who hasn't been having trouble now?
Oh yes, no. Especially with those
Abnormal.
foul Haragons going around, not you, dear. Like points toward the branches points towards the doctor. You don't seem like quite the ruffians. You're not singing and parading that scoffed fiend's name, but no. A little while ago they were parading. They took some of our most precious keys. He's been a bit down lately. Been more locked up than usual.
Why are they stealing keys?
I don't think it's keys in particular. I think they just like to steal things. After all, ever since things got all foggy around here, I've noticed that people have been a lot more inclined to break rules.
Yeah, with looming disaster and things like that, people tend to go a little.
Oh god. Like the tree head stops for a moment and realizes something. Oh my, it's been 3 days. I think... Tell me, you four. Do people... How often do people need food?
I guess
Well, it depends on their constitution modifier, but
I don't know what that is, young man.
Well, see, you don't need to eat until like 30 days. Like, you can last that long. It's not comfortable. You shouldn't want to do that, but you can last that long.
But also consider they're
They
a
need water a
small
lot
goblin. Do they need food sooner than 30 days?
I do believe so.
Ooh.
How long
The
has it
doctor,
been?
I would.
It's been about 3 days, and I have not seen them leave that place. I don't know how much food they get. Usually, me and the other trees help her out, give her some fruits and the like. But she hasn't gone up to collect any. Here,
DoorDash?
they go up to you, Zebediah, who's been probably the most like upfront. Thank you for the hydrate. Probably
That
been.
was also chat asking another question. Chat asking chat about hydration.
Hydration. But yeah, he it hands over another apple to Zebediah, who's been like the one more instigating like what the problem is, and gives you an apple and goes like, I think she's gonna need that when you do visit her.
Oh, well, we have lots of good berries.
Oh? I've not had a good
I-
berry.
Do you have a mouth?
I don't know what that is.
Well,
Is that the weird hole in people's heads?
yes, that's the hole that we put the food in.
Hmm.
I don't know how you would enjoy a good berry if you don't.
I know there's a hole that like sometimes a squirrel goes in.
I think the squirrel will just eat the. Would you like me to give a good berry to your squirrel?
I don't know if the squirrel's in, but I think they'd very much appreciate it at some point.
Okay.
So it like gestures as if there was like a wind breeze towards like a little trunk. It's a little bit higher up, but it's not a tall tree. You would just need, for a person your size, you would need to do like a little bit of climbing, but not enough I'd ask for a skill check.
Yeah. All right. So Grizz like pulls out one of the 30 good berries he created last night, and like runs up to the tree, kind of hops up there, and puts a good berry just inside the tree hole.
When you put it down, you have a brief moment of eye contact with like a squirrel that peeks open, smelling the food. The moment you let go of the berry, it takes the berry and goes in as if it was a seedy exchange.
I've been part of those. Make sure it's not cut with anything. It needs to be pure.
No, that's an okay berry, not a good berry. Good berry's good.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting, Zebediah, that my berries are not good?
No, I'm talking about the squirrel.
It's too late. The squirrel's already in munch zone. You cannot stop squirrel in munch zone. It's impossible, actually. Didn't you know?
Grizz knows. He's proficient in survival.
He's proficient in berries, actually. He's proficient in squirrel knowledge.
He can't speak squirrel, but unless it's a dialect of bear. But
No, you see, that's more of a dialect of mouse. You know, if Rosie was around in this game, she could probably, like, get something out of squirrel, but...
Squeaker.
Squeak.
Squeak.
Grizz will shimmy back down the tree, and all right. Oh, so tree.
Yes.
How do we get up the hill?
We just go up the road. There's like a little winding path that leads up towards the keyhole.
Okay. Because, like, I'm just asking because on the map it looks like there's a gap between...
Yeah, no, it's weird. It doesn't say anything about it. I think it's just a visual thing. So I think it's like a little winding path and it probably just blends in
underneath. The
underneath
mountain is
that.
sitting down right now.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna suggest trying to tickle the feet.
That
Same.
might cause quite the shake.
It would cause an earthquake, I think. Alright. Then I guess we should head up the path.
Alright. I will collect you all to go further up the hill. Look at that,
Oh shit, we go up and to the right!
Whoa! We go stage right. And you guys. Let's see. Am I seeing if there's any flavor text here? Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Alright, so you see about a keyhole-shaped entrance in which, from what you guys can tell, very soon peeking in, glimmers with the various types of keys into probably about a, let me check the book, about a den that's about 20 feet wide and 30 feet long, about 6 feet tall. So, like, for this little goblin in there, no problem. Maybe for Zebediah, it has to, like, squat down a little bit. Like, it's just your height. You know?
No, I'm 7 foot. I have to bend.
Oh,
over.
you have to bend down. It's super awkward.
I'm getting leg cramps.
But yeah, you see.
Zebediah does a lot of squats.
Oh yeah.
You gotta make sure that ass looks good in the tights.
You gotta.
Yeah.
It's actually legally required under Witchlight mandate that your ass has to be deemed fine by the people. It's a democracy here.
Mr. Light had 2 rules. 1, shut the fuck up. 2, make sure your ass is fucking pristine.
We got to please the audience who appreciate the fine muscle and the audience who appreciates the fine muscles.
It's gotta be fantastic.
Sometimes on the down low, there were certain magical Michael shows that Zebediah would have to do for the older female clientele, but
That was only when Mr. Wick was like, alright, seems that we really need to make more profits this week. It's in desperate times.
So enough about Zebediah's
Yes.
assets.
But yes, you see a goblin who I will manifest.
oh, look at those sweet eyes.
I know, right? She seems to be like in the middle of like organizing a certain set of keys. You see like one key that may match like a similar design to the whole, like on one wall, mounted as if like a prized fish. But like right now she's like getting out like in a little makeshift drawer a bunch of keys for her to organize as she wishes. She seems very intent and focused on this. She seems to wear like this tunic with like, you know, some basic pants and like tall boots that are covered in keys as well. How do you approach her? She seems to be organizing her keys.
I'll just go up and say, excuse me, ma'am? Ma'am?
What is it? What have you come for? Jingle Jangles.
We heard you were good at making keys.
I'm good at finding keys, yes.
Finding, not making?
I mean, I haven't. Jingle Jangle has not gone too much into the crafting of keys. Not quite yet. Not enough space for that. But I have a key for many things.
I pulled the cage off my back because I presume I was still carrying it.
Yes. No, I presume you were too.
And gently set it down and go like, well, we got something that's locked.
Oh, something that's locked. She like Jingle Jangle like zooms in. And like makes like Sir Talon be like, oh, okay. Personal space, but I can't have any because I'm in a cage. And yeah, they're looking over it, very much heavily appraising this as if it is their key duty. And they go, All right, Jingle Jangle thinks they know the secret to this conundrum, and she goes out to like a little drawer of keys, and it takes her a little bit, but she finds one really shiny silver key that she just goes, She like, you know, measures it, like goes up towards the door, measures the sunlight, peeks over to like the cage. Oh, Jingle Jangles knows this is the key. And she walks over very excitedly But as she's about to give it, she seems almost like sad that she'd be giving out such a precious key of her many key collection. And she goes, so, what are you going to give Jingle Jangle for this precious key? They have, like, the key out, but then they sort of, like, as they say that, the key sort of folds down, in their grasp as they sort of do, like, little, like, finger pressing thing.
I mean, we don't plan to keep the key. We just want to keep who's in the cage that the key gets them out of.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
keep is a strong word. I think free is the right connotation we have here.
If
Yeah,
you
yeah,
open the
absolutely.
cage and get our
Keep
friend
them in our
out, you
company.
can keep the cage.
Yeah. To practice your key stuff.
But I know it has the one key. Jingle Jangle can't practice with the same old lock.
How about
But wouldn't the key be happier if it had its one lock to go with it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Make a persuasion check.
No.
Nah, there's like the moment of like Jingle Jangle going, no. No, after all Jingle Jangle's keys are much happier around Jingle Jangle, not around their
question.
locks.
Jingle jangle.
Jingle
Does the key
Jangle.
disappear? Does the key disappear when you use it?
No.
Yeah,
So
the key
why
is-
don't, whenever after you unlock it, and our person gets out, you close the door, lock it, and take your key back?
Hmm. I don't know.
Sound reasoning to me.
I don't know. Jingle Jangle kind of wanted a little bit more than just the key Jingle Jangle already have.
You know, we could throw in some
Alright.
food. Heard you haven't eaten in a few days.
She definitely like does like a side eye of like,
I pull out the apple.
I ate that apple?
Wait, what?
Um,
You did?
Wait, what did you say,
I
Chris,
did.
about your apple?
We're talking about the apple that we got that Grizz picked from
We
the
got
tree,
a
right?
second apple. No, I got a
Yeah,
second
you
apple.
actually gave a second.
Oh, you got a second apple. Okay, never mind. I haven't eaten that apple yet.
I
Yeah.
thought
No, I just imagine you pulled it out of my hand and it's like,
yeah.
What? Alright, so yeah, so do you offer just the one apple, or are you gonna be wild and offer 2 apples?
well, we don't have 2 apples.
I gave
Grizz will
Zebediah.
offer a good berry in these trying times.
Ooh,
Apple and a berry.
apple and a berry. Alright. She
Looks well together.
happily goes, Jingle Jangle will work with that. Jingle Jangle would very much work with that. And she takes the apple first and the berry second. She is more interested in the big apple because it looks big and more juicy, you know? It's like, bigger food means bigger meal. And she gives you the key very happily. So Zebediah, you are the one who has the key currently.
Okay, the keymaster.
Now I'm trying to remember the fucking line from Ghostbusters.
Right? That's what I was thinking. Like, what's the other one? Gate something?
Are you the gatekeeper or the keymaster?
Yeah, there we go.
Hold on, let me pull out my fucking hell dog from Ghostbusters.
Bark, bark, woof, woof.
So I can pet it. while we're talking Ghostbusters.
To reaffirm that it is a good boy and don't hunt me down in my fridge.
What it's called again?
It was the gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper confirmed. Oh my god, so I can't believe Ghostbusters literally gatekeeped Girl Boss Gaslit.
Zool, that's what it was.
Zool, motherfucker.
Zool,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
Yeah, I watched enough Nostalgia Critic. I said, unfortunately.
All right, Zebediah, let Zool out of his cage.
It's a Talavir. All
Well,
right.
Mr. Tala, unlock the door.
All right. So you unlock the key with a nice little click, and Sir Talavir stretches out, like sort of flies out, does like a nice straunch. Now that they have space, because like he's a very tiny lad, but he's also, because he's like a dragon, he's like a long boy, you know.
1,000 years in a bottle.
Did you really
That's
be a
freaking
pain
lot.
in the neck? And he flies up very excited, like, oh! For if I were still up there, I'd be eaten up by serpents, and here I am, freed by 4 brave folks and a very generous goblin's keys. As such, he sort of like flutters down onto the ground and sort of kneels a little bit, taking out a sort of blade that he had on his pocket, allowing any of you to take this small knife.
Who here likes knives?
Ah,
I mean, I like knives.
Sorry, as a druid, I am forbidden.
It definitely should go to whoever could utilize it the best, I think. If I ever, like, twiddle his fingers.
because I
Like,
do want to remind you, it'd be very rude if you didn't accept his gift.
yeah, true.
I use Mentor's knife.
You had a mentor? Who had a knife? So you can use knives.
I can.
Alright, so
I will accept. I will. It's awkward, but Bird kind of does a kneel, a slow, like jittery kneel, and like takes the handle of the knife.
alright. So you take what Talavir would say once you take it, you're like, ah, so you are the one skilled in the short sword. Because you gotta remember, for a boy like him, that is a blade. For you, it is but a tiny knife.
I
And
love that because my short sword I've been referring to as a knife.
and as you pick it up, it is very pristine. It's got like almost like a similar pattern of like his almost butterfly-like wings onto the blade, and it's like very symmetrical. It's very nice, and it's got a bit of a shine. Congratulations, chat! You have a +1 dagger.
Oh. Whoa.
Yeah. So enjoy your +1 knife or +1 short sword.
I have my short sword and my +1 short sword.
This is not a knife. Gets a short sword. This is a knife.
What would say it in Crocodile Dundee?
In crocodile
He's
voice.
a knife.
Because
Knife.
mimicry.
Right.
Krog K. Alright. So, you have gotten that, and Sir Talavir goes like, well, now that I am free, I am going to, try and fly off and get the, Summer Queen to know what is going on around here. After all, things have gotten very sidetracked. I have been captured for who knows how long. It has been like 9 hours.
Well, when you're tiny eyes,
But when you're
tiny eyes have a large perception of
Well,
time.
more than 9 hours, because we took a long rest at the end. So it's been at like a day.
Yeah, it's been like a
Like a
day in
whole
that
day.
cage. Yeah.
Got to stretch, you know?
But, yes, no, I must go at post haste. Thank you all for your amazing help. I would not be out here if it weren't for all of you.
Wait, Sir Talavirs, before you go, do you have any advice on where we should go next?
I don't know where to next, but I do know where I was prior to our balloon incident was in a spot called Downfill, which I will go to the other map here. So then the audience may notice. Wait. Shift. Ping. Come on. Come on, we can do a bus. We can shift ping. Fine. I guess it won't when I'm pressing shift and ping. Yes, okay.
I am here at least.
Okay.
I'm looking at your Twitch channel to see where
Okay.
you are, and then
You'll just
moving
look at
on.
my funny little Twitch chat.
I think it's because you're shift pinging in your not.
Oh, I am. That's why.
Oh, you don't have the GM power?
Cause I am a fool. There we go. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. It's a bit up north, but it's a small sort of swamp-like village called Downfell was the place I was at. I know there's quite some bullywugs around, so be careful for that, but I don't know how far away that is from here. I know that was much closer towards the bridge we are. Towards the bridge.
It's a bully one.
At this
They're frog people.
Yes.
I don't think they're nice.
Oh, well, they're quite disorganized, really. They claim to be a very structured monarchy, but let me tell you what, they are not. I believe they've had, I have heard they have had about 40 kings within the last several months. And let me tell you, it is not because their life expectancy is short for old age.
That's
That's
as many as 4 tens.
Yes!
If that was cakes, that'd be terrible.
If that was
420
cakes.
is 420s.
Or good if you had like a huge party that you had to host and you needed many.
No, there
cakes.
was a DC Comics picture dictionary for kids,
Yes.
and under the definition,
Oh,
of
it's the
40,
Lex Luthor with the 40 cakes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Lex Luthor stole 40 cakes. That's as many as 4 tens, and that's terrible. Ancient memes from.
and that's canon. That's
Yeah.
DC canon now.
Yes, it happened.
All right.
Flash.
But as you guys sort of suggest of like, where should we go next? Jingle Jangle will actually pop up and go like, well, Jingle Jangle knows that there's quite some mean rabbit folk around. There's this guy named Argon Longscarf is the name I keep on hearing when they sing their little song. I've heard that he's got this long blue scarf and he's as fast as lightning, so you only see like a little bit of a blue blur. They've been calling him the blue blur in some circles, but I think that's more of a name for Jingle Jangle think that's more of a name for a hedgehog.
We're gonna have to go shadow him. Give him some knuckles.
Ooh, that would be a smart idea. Give him the old 1-2 with your knuckles.
Or maybe tail him.
I don't see.
More than
Jingle
one
Jangle
tail.
sees
At
no
least 2
tails
tails.
on you.
Yeah.
And maybe we can befriend them and give them a rose.
Or if they're into bribery, some, gems. But,
If we wanted
Maybe
to tail him,
maybe
wouldn't it be
emeralds
bad?
would be good.
yeah.
Or maybe they're just hungry and need an egg, man.
Or some cheese.
I don't know. I think that's
How
too
many
big.
miles
Maybe
per
give them a
hour?
cat.
All right, I could go.
I
the
could.
thing
I
I told
also
you
could
about
go
earlier.
all day.
I need to go do the thing I told you about.
All right,
Pam.
Boingo's gonna be back soon, but until then, I'm gonna have Jingle Jangle go on about some fun little things, and I will acknowledge a little funny penguin on my head that Yokai has placed.
So the blue blur is with Froggy?
I mean, I don't know. I know there. Jingle Jingle knows that there are more north, like up towards the river. Jingle Jingle doesn't know if they're with frogs though. I haven't heard them talking about frogs. But Jingle Jingle knows of maybe around frogs. Jingle Jingle has heard that around some frogs there's like a little scarecrow guy who's been going outside of hither. They got like little lobster claws. I get some keys from Jingle Jingle gets keys from them sometimes.
They're a scarecrow with lobster claw?
And like a little gourd head.
Um,
It almost looks squashed.
terrifying. But they seem nice. I mean, looks,
They
I'm
They
sorry,
gave
for
Jingle
my notes,
Jangle
was-
keys.
Was it crab claws or lobster claws? For my notes.
Lobster.
Okay. Very important distinction.
Because crab claws, one's like really tiny and one's like super big. These were more like, one was like maybe little small and like little big.
But everything becomes crabs.
Jingle Jangle is shocked by this revelation. Even keys will become crab? She like scrambles over to her keys and like goes like, okay, not crab.
Oh no,
I
I'm
don't
giving
think that
her an
well.
existential crisis.
Yeah, you sure.
Chat, I think you broke the goblin.
Everything
Oh, yeah,
becomes
animate
key.
objects.
So, yeah, Jingle Jingle is having a key crisis right now when thinking about the existential future of crab. Now, to clarify some things so that we all know, because I gave vague directions, in particular, there are two places that you can now go towards. You could either go towards the north up here. Wait, okay, yeah, I was in the right thing. Yeah, you can go to the north here, where the bunny brigands are, along with Along Longscarp if you want to deal with the thievery issue that's been going around. Or you can go to Downfall where there's some frogs where the hag may be, and as well as a strange scarecrow that can maybe lead you to other locations.
Well, we did promise someone that we would take care of the thievery situation, and I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, there's rules about that stuff here. We shouldn't break our promise. And if that's on the way, before the frogs...
This doesn't remember making a promise, but
I think Fiverr did. But he's questioning.
Okay. But I was also going to say, if you said that the hag was maybe with the frogs,
Yes.
then I think we should deal with the bandit situation first, because they might have, magic items and experience
Yeah, we can get more information about...
before we have to deal with a hag.
Yeah. Maybe potential allies. I mean, they're a whole gang. If we could get them on our side, we could have a whole army against this hag.
I'm now just imagining, like, I just imagine now, like, Fiverr going like, well guys, you don't have to steal. And then the brigands going like, but I want to steal!
We're trying to, be like, well, I bet the hag's got a lot of good stuff to steal. I mean, that hag's encroaching on your territory.
You don't know that. You don't know things.
That's what I'll pretend to say.
As far as we, I mean, what we already know, according to my notes, is that since the hags have taken over, the rule of ownership has not been enforced. So they probably love the hag.
Oh, so they would be like against us taking down the hag. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Good call.
Considerations.
Head pat.
But if they've been stealing things, then they've probably got lots of good stuff. So
Yeah,
we can stop them from stealing things, and then we can take the good stuff.
yeah,
And then we would have the good stuff.
yeah, and then possibly give that stuff back to who owns it, because that's the nice thing to do. After we
Right, we can give it to people who need the good stuff, as opposed to the bad people who are hoarding the good stuff.
Yes, we need to reappropriate.
And if
Their
I need
assets.
to use some of the good stuff, then I'll have some of the good stuff.
I need all of the good stuff.
I mean, that sounds like a plan to me. I mean, this is a group effort. We all need to decide this is what we want. Taking the first foot forward together.
Well, it sounds like everyone's on board. The only
Yeah.
one we haven't heard from is Zebediah, but that's
I think
because
he's meditating.
Boingo is
I'm trying to get the feng shui of this place just right.
Plus, you've been carrying that cage for so long, Zeb.
Oh yeah, no, it's
deserve
really
that.
nice just like, woo, stretch out those back muscles, get those deltoids nice and relaxed.
Yes, as a doctor, I agree.
As a wrestler, I think I agree.
What is a wrestler but a doctor of your own fate?
What is a wrestler but a doctor of their own fate? Enough talk. What have you?
How he starts every physical.
Just I like that implies that Dracula is your doctor for your physical.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Acula? I know him.
Dr.
Real
Acula!
established colleague. Not very fond of my practices because he likes to stay, in his own place. He doesn't really travel.
He's a home doctor, but that means you have to go to
Yeah,
his
yeah.
home instead he goes to your home. Like, some people say he can come to your home, but it's really awkward to just bring the entire office there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's a hassle for, like, everyone.
Yeah. He's got strict, privacy rules. So he won't go into your home unless you invite him.
Yeah, like, he's not
He's very
rude like
formal.
that. If he does come
I
in,
think he would have
you
like
do...
a waiver for it.
He always seems to be drawing blood for no reason that I can discern.
Well, he's also an artist. That's why he draws it so much, and he has to do it for his the blood work test that he does.
He's studying for his phlebotomy exam.
Yeah, like, you know what? Maybe he's just, he's just a fancy doctor, and you know what? He's got some steep competition from his rival clinic, the Van Helsing, because
Yeah.
I swear, I feel like Van Helsing has a personal grudge against Dr. Acula because I think Helsing, is trying to charge malpractice on him, and it's real awkward.
Yeah, I hear they went to the same university and they were just always butting heads.
Yeah, no, it's weird. I think a crossbow was involved once. It was intense.
I heard that rumor.
Oh my god, you too?
Yeah, it really put me off to Van Helsing.
Yeah, and one time Van Helsing went up to one of Mr. Dr. Acula's patients, right? They had some anemia going on, which is Dr. Acula's specialty, right?
Yeah.
And for some reason, he just drops a bunch of garlic flowers in her mouth. That's not medicine.
He's one of those.
Yeah, he's an essential
Herbal
oils kind of guy.
Oh gosh. I always suspected. This is why I never went to full academia. I mean, I just couldn't stand there.
You couldn't stand the corruption.
Right? You have to go out to the people to work for the people. So stuck in their readings, and they don't practice it.
Yeah.
To the heart.
Yeah, and it's like with a lot of people claiming Frankenstein was a doctor. You idiots! He failed he failed school. He's not even a doctor.
His heart was in the right place.
No, it wasn't.
Not all of us could make it through academia.
Frankenstein's heart was not in it. The
I think he was
the
just a
monster's
trust
heart would have
fund
been in it.
Was forced to go, didn't really want to, but his parents had expectations, really like shaping him to their image.
I mean, you're half right, but like also he really believed it, and like the best metaphor I've heard of Victor Frankenstein is that he's the guy who was like the smartest kid in class, and then he went to college and he met like all the other people who were the smartest person in class, and then was just like not smart.
Yeah, but who else doesn't go a little bit kooky under quarantine?
Yeah.
Who else doesn't just,
Some-
discover after seeing a really shiny light that what if they could play God and revive man? Like, come on, everyone has that phase.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Desperation is the best thing.
I live the rising of the dead to the magic folk. Like that's their special. I'm a
Oh,
doctor.
you don't want to do it with the science ways?
I mean, science and magic, they gotta work.
Well,
together,
here's
really.
as a wizard, here's how I like to explain the difference between science and magic. Science is like playing with the rules of reality, like messing around with what atoms can do and like going with reason, right? Magic is more like cheat codes. Like, yeah, you found out how this works, but it's not supposed to work like it. Like, when I conjure fire, right? The fire is not burning from something. It is just manifested. But the fire works like a normal fire.
Yeah, I've dabbled a little.
Yeah, so it's like, that's a good example. Or like when you conjure something, Like, yeah, you could fly all the way over on an airplane, or you can just tell the cosmic weave that, like, I should be over there, actually, didn't you know? And the weave's like, oh fuck, just, you're there.
Here, let me fix that. Well, I think we should be on our way then.
Alright,
Before we
well,
get agreed.
yeah, I guess Bungo will probably be here in a moment or so. I think we've done
Yeah,
the
I can-
majority of the Fafin for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to wait a little while, I was just like out of character now. If we do want to wait for him to get back before we move on, I'm totally okay with this. I can go get water or such.
Yeah.
Or more
be-
happy.
Watch, like, if we do like a little break like that, everyone will be like, oh, hey! Bungo will be like, alright, guys!
We step away. He'll be back.
Wait, if we don't look at a pot of boiling water.
I still love that I keep Bluetooth headphones in, so like I get to hear as soon as everyone's gotten up and walked away him coming back and doing the
You just...
hey guys
Guys, I don't want to
halfway
alarm
across the studio. Hey guys.
you. Just like, oh my god, I would love just hearing like a roomie halfway through like the studio's like, just like this. I'm gonna do an example, alright? Just like, roomie's going around doing her thing and just like, hey guys! You're a robot.
I gotta get him.
I'm watching the other side of the room for that bit, so
That was perfect.
thank you.
Dedication. Fiverr cast prestidigitation to make a little audience clapping.
Actually, that would be more of a minor illusion.
Wait, I think I get to do sound effects.
No, I think that is actually a minor illusion thing specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's just got his hands.
He's got hands. He can clap. All right. Yeah, we've been fapping for a bit, and Boingo's probably gonna come in soon as we've been joshing a bit. So, yeah. So the plan is to go towards the bunny brigands, as it were, and try to deal with Agon Longscarf. correct before dealing with hag stuff.
That is
We're gonna go
correct.
play Sonic.
Gotta play Sonic
Yeah.
against the blue bird. Man, you're gonna be so disappointed to find out the hedgehog is actually a rabbit. Like, it's not even Cream. It's gonna be real disappointing. But hey, Cream is in Sonic Adventure 1, so I guess that counts. Also, you okay, Darkness? Bold of you to assume my house is not already filled with Snorons. I have a physical one in my home right now. They're on my bed, sleepy.
Aw.
But I will move you all, except Sotalavir. He has flown off. He will be now transparent. Because I feel like deleting him would be rude.
Yeah.
Be far too rude.
I understand.
I understand. Lowers your opacity.
When we go to leave, though, I do talk to Jingle Jangle just for a sec to say, hey, make sure you go and get food. 3 days is too long. I'm
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, if there's
never mind.
okay, all right. Just like she almost sets up seems to set up an arrangement of keys like how you would a clock, like with the arms and everything, and has almost forms a key clock. It doesn't move, it's just the arrangement of a clock and the shape of keys. And Jingle Jangle goes, this should help.
Yeah, set a reminder. Key past the half. Other key. Yeah.
Sweet. Boy, shall be surprised when that clock turns into a ring of crabs.
No!
God, you're not.
Jingle Jangle slowly is converted from Jingle Jangle Goblin of Keys to Snip Snap Goblin of Crab. Alright, so I'm gonna roll some random encounter stuff so we have a little bit of travel and some buffer room for Boingo.
Oh, I see there was also one of these gushy well thingies on the way. I want to say Brain Teleport Magic is remembering something about wanting to find out if we could use those for travel?
That was a thought you guys had. I never confirmed or denied.
That was a thought we had, but based on nothing. But we did go to the other well, and there was stuff in it. So I'm all for checking out another one.
Do you want to actively go towards a well to try and check it out?
It's on our way. Yeah, why don't we do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys spend some time. You guys go around the other side of the hill. The trees sort of thank you on your way out for giving Jingle Jangle the food. Whether you mention it or not, they know.
Trees are always watching.
Trees are always watching, especially if you actually were not nice to Jingle Jangle, because the module is aware that people are sometimes assholes.
We are not.
So evil.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of things like, why would you harm Jingle Jangle? But the book's like, if they do harm Jingle Jangle.
They shouldn't. They wouldn't.
They really
They would
shouldn't,
have to be.
because I'm
They
gonna
have
be.
no reason to.
Yeah, they
But
really
when
don't.
they do.
Because I'll be transparent now that we have passed Jingle Jangle.
Mhm.
All you need to do to get the key is give her some food, give her a drink, maybe help her with the brigand the brigand problem or something. You don't need to do anything fancy. You just have to be moderately nice and actually bargain.
had a
I know
very-
at least a few players who the thought of giving up any of their things on their character sheets to an NPC, even as something as minor as a piece of food, would be like pulling teeth.
Mm.
I have played with players like that in the past. I don't understand it, but
Well, if it helps,
I have
to give you the alternate timeline there while waiting for Boingo, basically would happen is, first off, Jingle Jangle does have lock weapons. They have a lock flail.
Oh, cool.
It's not that impressive. It is I think it is a 3d4, bludgeoned. It's a little bit.
It's decent.
A little bit.
It's alright. And also, the trees around the hill will basically be like, yo, what up? You're harming a resident? What the fuck? And like 1d4 awakened trees will come out and throw apples at you like Wizard of the Oz.
Whatever it is,
That's about what I
Zebediah doesn't care. He's going to do a little jig.
There he is! You do a above average jig.
Nice.
Zebediah, I provide backup music.
Oh fuck, your vocals are top notch.
It's my panpipe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's breaking out his little panpipe. I love it when he does that.
Mm-hmm.
They're still
He's so
purple.
cool.
Alright.
They're violet.
So,
They're
I just want to
violet.
clarify, does the gang, because I know the original intent of the well was to fill time when Zebediah was around, but do you guys still want to check out,
I want to check out that well.
Alright.
Well.
For the whale.
All right.
Now, ladies, yeah.
Just turn into Matthew McConaughey. That's all you have to do to sound like a southern gentleman.
Alright.
Mhm.
Alright.
I once said Matthew McConaughey.
Alright, so...
It's sad that the only Matthew McConaughey line I can think of is the really creepy one from Dazed and Confused. No, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, that's what it is.
Yes,
Hmm.
they do. Yes, they do.
Alright, well, now to no longer be Matthew McConaughey. So, you guys, see, like, this one well, like, gushing out water at, like, one phase where, like, the water gets really high up, and, like, Zebediah is, like, carrying you all, for the most part. Now without the weight of, a fairy dragon in a cage, it's mildly easier. You go up, and, if anyone will, you do notice that there's some things towards, the top of, you just, like, if some of you squint, you can see something's bobbing up. If anyone wants to do a perception check, you may.
I shall use my purple-eyes to gaze. Oh, never mind.
Perceived. Alright, let me double check.
I use my purple-eyes to gaze upon Fiverr, already checking it out and leaving it to him.
Alright.
No, I just imagine Fiverr would just start looking up, glancing at everything, and then Grizz just like goes like, "This is what it is."
I wonder what this fantastical thing could be. It's like a ball. Who wants to roll a D100 for me?
I will.
Okay.
It's a bird. It's a.
Oh!
Hold on. That was an invalid
Oh,
roll.
I see. It's just a roll 100. I deem it to
didn't
be
put
100.
the D.
All right.
It's only a 97.
It's so pretty close.
All right. You see what looks like a glass slipper hanging on the top of this, and this geyser is much taller than the one you were dealing with last. This one is about, like, it was quite the squint to do it, because let's see how much it says. Oh no, it's only powerful enough. Okay, no, it's still like 10 feet up in the air.
All right, who am I
Chris
throwing to
Chris
grab
points
that?
up and says, "Look, it's like a shiny lady's shoe."
Shiny lady
Oh,
shoes.
that looks delicate. If it were to fall, it
Shiny?
would break. I'm sure whoever that belongs to doesn't want it broken. And Zeb, please don't throw anybody,
Throw me.
especially me. I can grab it with my mage hand. It's all good.
But
Throw me.
throwing people.
I mean, if you
Jay
want,
is all in for throwing,
I
and
mean,
they have
throw me,
wings.
throw
They can
me.
float down.
As long as you let me, like, he starts making the mage hand go out, so that way, let me just catch you if you miss or fall.
I want you to know, Fiverr, Mage Hand can carry up to 10 pounds.
I'd rather you just let me pluck the thing. I don't know if I could catch you now that I think about it.
Okay.
We have one
Zebediah,
nervous.
Zebediah. Zeb.
Yes. Yeah.
I like the throwing idea. I have an idea. If for
Yeah.
some reason Fiverr's magic can't pull it down, then you can throw me. And I got a
Hell
plan.
yeah.
But
Alright.
let's try the magic first.
Okay, so
Our
fine.
group is just one dad friend dealing with 3 cast members of Jackass.
Gosh. No.
Alright, so, Fiverr, because this is a glass slipper and this is a delicate item, I'm gonna have you roll a sleight of hand.
Sounds good. Sounds
Or
good.
so, like, you could probably grab it easily. But with the pressure of these people wanting, like, yo, let's jump! And you, like, trying to be
get nervous,
responsible.
Yeah.
Can you uphold
No,
that
children, let's not
responsibility?
break things.
Fake thing.
Okay, you do. I was really worried at that little space it was gonna be, like, really low. I'd be
Yeah,
like,
right?
No!
I'm like, what is that? I don't know what that roll is. It's a void roll.
Alright. Wow, rolling 20? Yeah, you get the slipper with ease. And as you do, similar to when you went to the last duel you did, you see not one, but 2 little, like, grayish white little orbs of light that seem to be bickering. You overhear them discussing, "That's my glass slipper. No, it couldn't have even fit your foot a long time ago. No, it fit my foot perfectly, I swear. Are you kidding me? Your right toe was too big for that. Oh yeah, and like your right toe's small enough?"
Well.
Seems to be we're having a debate of whose property it is.
Well, I
See,
definitely
if we
want to learn it.
if we went to plan Yeet, we wouldn't be having to deal with people.
But it didn't break. That was the whole. If we did plan Yeet, it would be crushed.
You don't know that.
It would
It could,
possibly
hear
would
me
be
out,
crushed.
it may have not been, and they could have been really cool about it. But enough enabling of that, I'm gonna enable these 2 little fae debate about who owns the glass slipper. They eventually, after some bickering, like, get close to you, Fiverr, and, one of them goes, "See, here, I'll have someone prove it to you. That glass slipper is mine. No, it's actually mine, and you should prove it why it is mine. Are you kidding? It couldn't even be hers. She's never even wore shoes in her life. You haven't even seen me alive. You don't even know my shoes."
Hold on, wait. How? I want to give it to the correct person, but you're not giving me much to go on here. And, like, it's not like you can try it on in your current state. Were you different before? Like this is
Wait!
not... Yeah?
Grizz has an idea.
Alright, what's your idea, Chris?
Grizz becomes Bloodhound.
Okay!
No, negative, because I know, as a scientific fact, that bears have a much higher sense of smell than a bloodhound, so he just turns into a bear.
I like the idea of,
Bear
like,
idea.
I turned into a dog. Wait, no, that's dumb. I'll become a bear.
Wait, no, nose. Become a nose. That's perfect, man.
The nose.
I mean, a bear is really just a nose that can kill you.
I mean, I can't fight that. It's true.
I mean, aren't we all just noses that can kill you?
I don't know,
Grizz
Boingo. Your
becomes
model has
bear.
no nose.
Oh, that is
I'm sure
fair.
you've got, like, an olfactory slot.
Also, I don't know. Would a beak count as a nose? Because it has nostrils, but is it a nose?
Yeah, there's a...
Nostrils.
It's hard
olfactory
nose.
The
receptors.
nose portion of the it's got at least it's got a scent detector. Anyway, so Grizz becomes bear
All right,
and
become bear.
begins sniffing the shoe claimers.
All right.
You
So I'm gonna have you roll.
and then he will confer that sense by smelling the slipper and see if he can determine
Alright.
if it belongs to either of them.
Okay. Roll me a perception check. Now, I believe as a bear, you have keen senses, correct?
I believe so. I don't
I think so.
You
as
didn't
well.
give me a bear character sheet, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of just the typical bear stats.
Well, yeah.
Here, let me
Yes,
look.
I have keen smell.
Okay, cool. The one-time keen scent is
but I
like,
would
like yes.
Right. Okay, and I use my mental stats, so boom.
Oh, okay, yeah.
25.
All right. You smell it, and you smell them. You smell the shoe. The shoe does not have any of their scents on it.
Grizz just, after having sniffed all three of them, or the two of them, and then the shoe, just shakes his bare head at Fiverr.
I know how to tell.
You know how to tell?
I know how to tell.
How? How
Chat.
do you tell? Seems
God,
it
this is
doesn't
gonna
belong to
sound
either.
so.
of them.
This is gonna sound so much like a joke. Show feet.
Show feet.
Show feet.
Show feet.
Show feet.
Chat is saying show feet.
Why does this sound like a Twitch chat for a female streamer?
Yeah, I know that
Exactly.
that
Now,
you take
it's gonna
phrases from
be-
others. I don't want to know the story of how you came upon that phrase.
Now, chat, that's a very good point to mention. But you notice when you see these glowing little lights, it's sort of like you may come a little closer and squint as they may try to show you, but they're like tiny. They're like smaller than fairies. Like,
Are we dealing with like Navi?
yeah, like Navi bullshit.
No way either of you could fit this shoe.
Well, we could.
My
Well,
shoe.
I could have when I was alive. Oh yeah, please, you wish.
Wait,
Now, hey, listen, you two. I know a real quick way to solve this. And I gesture to the shoe. It's a simple problem. I've seen this riddle before. It's called a Gordian knot. We just gotta split that shoe in half and you can get half of it.
I wouldn't recommend that. It's made of glass. Unless you
I
have
mean,
precision lasers.
if you could split a glass shoe in half, that may be able to solve the situation.
I mean, I was more trying to intimidate them into like calming down.
Oh, in that case, roll
The old,
an
you know,
intimidation
Solomon
check.
play.
Roll an intimidation check for the Solomon play. Okay. I'll roll something in there, and because like, yeah, I think I'll roll something for them.
Oh gosh. Virus developed some sort of blister. Or zit.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I just
It's
put
not
a red dot on to represent that I am bear.
Bear.
You okay? You can't redeem Joey Wheeler.
You can't.
We're
No,
not on
not on
my
my
channel.
stream.
No Joey Wheeler. I don't have to fuck up my voice.
Oh fuck.
What's up, your voice?
Yeah. No. Like one of them gets like a little like, oh no. Does that mean I get the heel? And the other one's like, no, I get the whole shoe. You know what? If you're gonna split the shoe and give us both the shoe, go ahead. I'd like to see you try.
Yeah, I don't think we have the tools for that.
My shoe then.
I mean, if they're willing to give it to you, I mean, what could we trade? In
Are you just gonna take the shoe?
They're not willing to have it.
Maybe they could share it. You're both small enough. You could both fit in there, right? Just get in there and then hop along together. With the shoe animated on the ground like hop, hop, hop. Slide together.
No, that's not gonna work after all. We both can't have the same shoe. That would be silly. There's only one of them.
Oh, so maybe we just need to find the other shoe and you both can have a shoe.
If you can.
Ivor wants to look around real quick, see if the other shoe's nearby.
Alright, roll a perception.
Alright.
you immediately don't notice anything that's like silver, like shiny, like glass or anything. But you do know, at least from the last experience of working with a well, that items seem to be lost in these things all the time. And right now, probably just as like timing, the water gushing out of the well seems to lower down. Perhaps if you were trying
have a
to.
question.
Oh yes.
When Grizz sniffed the shoe, was there any scent at all other than the scent of well water?
Yeah, I was thinking that. Like it could have.
There was a scent you don't recognize. It does smell like a person, but like none that you know.
Can I follow this scent? Being as I am a bear.
You could attempt with survival.
Okay. Then Grizz, unable to communicate these ideas, begins sniffing and tracking. Will this be a normal survival roll or an advantage survival
I would
roll?
say normal, because it's a swamp,
Okay.
it's kind of boggy, you don't know the person's
The
scent.
scent is what's allowing the check at all.
Yes, exactly.
Right, granting an advantage.
It's a swamp. It
Understandable.
smells like farts.
Yeah.
An 11.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like normally with a lot of scents, you sort of like know what you're looking for. Here, it's more like, all right, I have to look for anything that is not swamp. That's swamp. That's swamp. It's all swamp.
Oh no, that's my swamp.
Alright, so I think Grizz like tries to follow the scent, just kind of like wanders in circle, and he just keeps coming back to this well.
But
Grizz makes annoyed bear noises.
Oh, those are his annoyed bear noises, y'all. I recognize them.
Oh gosh, you must hate pizza.
Do we need to get him a picnic basket?
I will say, Fiverr, as I was saying before, right now the well's not gushing out water. It had just receded before Grizz started his little bear trotting, his little slipper discovery.
I look to Fiverr. Is it time for the eating yet?
Can't
Not
try and go
quite
down. The well is now currently not a geyser of water. Possible to explore it.
Yeah, I mean, yeeting maybe if we need yeeting down into the well. Let's
Chet?
just look.
Hate me.
I mean,
I pick up Chet.
Okay.
wait. Fiverr like hands up like maybe we should look into it first. You know, there could be spikes down there or
Hit me.
diseases.
Chet's in for the plan.
So, I want to confirm, you are going to pick up Chat and throw her down directly into a well. Or
I
him into
toss-
a well.
I toss Chet
game.
like Link would toss a chicken and
Oh
open it
no!
up.
Okay.
It's like zoom,
All
into
right.
the well.
So,
Gonna do a little hard.
before I say the consequences of just throwing someone down a well, I'll remind you, this is a well. It is pretty damn deep.
There's water in the bottom.
You don't know how deep
You
into the bottom.
You don't know that
Because you didn't even, you were just like, throw them down the well.
I
So I'm giving you the common sense, I'm giving you like that, you know, like in like Xenoblade, okay, you're already gonna do that, because I was doing like, I was giving you like that Xenoblade, like you can see into the future moment, it's like, you know something bad could happen, and I want to give you that, like, I don't want this character to die from like 66 ball damage, you know?
Yeah,
With
I
no
didn't
way
think
she-
about
was gonna
fall. I
do
I
that
thought
too.
about getting out.
Yeah, like,
I didn't think
getting
about
out is like the
actually
secondary condition, right? It's getting in safely is one
The
thing.
next geyser will probably get you out. So,
Alright.
We got rope too.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
So, with much like a cuckoo, Zebediah throws you in, and you notice that your feathers, as you do, seem to almost parachute your way down into the well. Now, chat, I must ask, can you see in the dark?
No. I think that Kenku should have dark vision, but they
Many,
definitely do
well, you
not.
see, it's D&D. Everything, considering how many things have dark vision, many other things should have dark vision. Like, I think the only ones who make sense not to have dark vision are, like, people and halflings.
I hate dark vision. Nobody should have dark vision. I have no light vision.
You guys hate it because you don't acknowledge that they're colorblind there.
No, actually, I do. I do actually think the dark vision hate is overstated because, and mostly a result of GMs not knowing the rules about how dark vision actually works. But,
Anyway.
but also I missed the older editions where we had low light vision and then also dark vision.
I did notice that when I was looking at Pathfinder 2, and was like, oh, that's actually kind of cool how dark vision feels like a specific thing.
Couldn't it operate like the night vision goggles in like Splinter Cell? Everything's a little bit blurry, and it's just one.
Yeah, that's how dark vision's supposed to look like.
Yeah. Dark vision, everything's in black and white, and you have you basically you treat darkness as dim light, which means you have disadvantage on perception, which means a -5 to your
Right, it
passive
just means
perception.
you can see,
So if
and
you
it's not pitch black.
Right, it means you're not blind, but you're at disadvantage to, like, perception. Not to attack rolls, but to, like, perception, which means you're gonna get ambushed, you're gonna step on traps. It's bad. You don't do it, unless, you know, you want the GM to fuck with you.
Right. But, anyway.
Or you're doing a specific plan that requires you to do it, but you're blinding yourself.
Yeah. Anyway, so Kat, you're down here. It's dark. You can't really, like, there's only, like, a dim light from the serpent, from, like, the well that's, again, like, about 60 feet deep from as far as the water hits down. And you're just down here. How will you attempt to perceive?
Apart from just putting hands out to try and, like, grab things, if there's anything at the bottom.
At the bottom
I'm
of the
going
well?
to-
Like, in the water bottom? or
in the water, like, floating around. But generally, also, what I wanted to check down here is, if there's any celestial... Oh, wait, no, that's celestial fiend or undead. Dang.
I will say, although it's far away for this, I will allow this because they're sort of all over this well. You notice around the point that you fell down, like probably where the party is, there are two very small undead.
There, I got detect good and evil and some parts of my divine sense mixed together.
But
Yeah, that's...
yeah, I'm
Well,
sorry. I don't
I'm-
think
I'm
divine. I don't think divine senses helps finding shoes.
No, and I don't think that I can really do the somatic the somatic gestures to cast detect good and evil while treading water at the bottom of this well.
I mean, if you do like a doggy kick or something, just keep you up. You could not in a fun way, but you could. All right. So, yeah. Yeah, you're in the dark. You're feeling around the water. You don't feel anything right now. Okay. Draw mud. Okay.
Oh, my boy's doing some art. I'm gonna put it. Wait, I can't put mud on the.
So yeah, you're at the bottom of this well. It's dark. You're swimming around. You don't notice anything other than like there's two little dots around like where everyone else was. And you're just sort of like splashing around to find a shoe. You don't feel anything. What is?
Okay,
What's planned, chat?
until whatever geyser comes next, I do think I'm gonna.
Just
that's
gonna.
cool, I think I do want to check. Never mind. No.
Okay. So,
I have a question.
what is your question?
Yeah.
It's a minor illusion, but would it actually cast some light?
Negative.
So it's not like a hologram.
No, it's more like a PNG.
You know, I am gonna cast this because I really want to know.
Okay.
I am gonna cast detect good and evil in the bottom of the well.
There's or as a creature.
Specifically wanting to know if it's been magically consecrated or desecrated, or if this is just something that these wells do.
Ooh. Interesting. I would say, as you detect good and evil, I'm gonna have a little vibe check difference for this. Let's see. I feel like this has good, like, paladin using holy magic to find out the auras of good and evil. But you sort of like close your eyes in this darkness and you breathe in, you open out, and the world seems different as you sort of tap into to sort of think about your oaths and like why you're here, why you're doing all this, and trying to sense like, all right, is this how things are supposed to be, or are things out of order here? And you see all around you in this pillar underneath the earth, trying to get down to this water. It is most certainly desecrated from, at least in the perspective of, this should not be here. This was not here before whatever incident occurred. It's got almost like a foulness around the air, although you can't really see well. You sort of feel almost this slime, like this phantasmal slime around the area. You feel as if this place is more corrupted than what it should be. This place could have been a beautiful field once, but this water, this acre, is most certainly not natural to this place.
Okay. That certainly fills chat with some extra resolve.
And with that resolve, let's see, what's some music that would fit this? Ooh, I feel like I love some tonal dissonance. Let's see. Is this the one? No. No. Not the one. Wait, do I have that Bakano track on here? The Chocofuck Bakano track? I don't know if I do. Ah, shit. I don't think I have the Chocofuck one I was thinking about. Damn. Alright. I guess I'll just get out another Chocofuck song. to sort of convey them by, like, what is about to happen here.
The vibe of how Chucklefuck it already kind of was.
You feel...
Meanwhile, we're having a Three Stooges routine up on the surface.
As you feel... as you have that serene moment, you sense the water underneath you have, like, almost like a creature who had, like, gas coming up, like a burp. You sense that sort of pressure building up to, like, bubbles start forming on the surface, and a small rumbling comes from underneath the comes around all over this well. Chat, a geyser's about to come out.
Wait. Okay, so while this has been going on, Grizz has been playing charades with the others to try and get a torch so that he can do this. Before the guys, just as the geyser's about to go, finally, one of them, Fiverr, presents Grizz with a torch. Grizz takes the torch in his bear mouth, and is going to use his bear climb speed to go and try and help Chat down the well, just as this happens.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to interrupt because I had to get myself into trouble as well.
No, understandable. I was not looking at what things you're doing because I was too busy looking at music vibe check.
So Grizz, now having holding a lit torch in his mouth, to go down the well and is now descending down the well to bring a light source.
You get the torch.
Grizz is just so helpful that way.
Mm-hmm. You get the torch in your hand, and you start like descending down. Bear claws gripping tightly upon the stone, and it's weird. It doesn't seem as deep as you think because, there's sort of like light reflecting from like the dim daylight. And then it's like, this must be very bright because I can see Chat. Oh, Chat's coming up! Oh, the water's coming up!
Oh no.
I am going to have...
I think we get a classic, Warner Brothers cartoon moment of Grizz like realizing what's about to happen and trying to scramble back up the well and try and outrace the geyser. It will be hopeless, of course.
Yes. Chat and Grizz, I'm gonna need you to roll a strength saving throw, or else be pushed out by the geyser in a aggressive manner.
It is a good thing I'm a bear right now.
It's a good thing you are a bear right now. But this is a very powerful guy. Oh, that's not gonna save you, buddy.
I don't know if I have enough time to do this, but I had this in mind.
Channel Divinity. I feel like because like
bonus action.
Too quick, gotcha.
No. I feel like because.
Oh! Who cares?
All right, I'll let you save it then, because I was gonna be like, I mean, you could have. But it's alright. I'll let you save it.
It also doesn't affect saves, so it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it does impact
impact
your ability to carry, push, drag, and lift. So, arguably, for certain checks, for certain saves, maybe.
But anyway,
I was thinking about it for like doing an acrobatics to hit the ground safely before there was a bear in the way.
Well, don't worry about it, because as the water launches up, you see Grizz, no torch completely doused, be tossed out, and you just hear the of a bear slamming onto the ground. I'm gonna need you to roll. I'm gonna roll a d6 for you, buddy.
Okay.
Because you're lucky it's only 10 feet off the ground.
Alright. I mean, I got 34.
Oh yeah, you got temp HP. This is more of a oof. Yeah, you take 3 bludgeoning damage because you're just like ooh. But
you get the Roblox oof treatment.
Yeah, but hey, chat, you're lucky. You are not blown off. You're able to keep your balance, keep yourself centered, and you're on top of this geyser. And everything seems a lot clearer. You do see, like, as this water is sort of like springing up and sort of like filling up the water of the swamp, everything's a bit white, but you do see like miscellaneous things sort of trying to bob their way through, now that, you know, it's in the surface, it's in the light, it's a bit easier to try and see, maybe dig for things?
Yeah, I want to dig for things. I was thinking just like, what are those things that they used to have in malls with like the, not malls, like, where they'd have like money in the tornado?
Oh, yeah!
Like rabbit stuff.
God,
Like a Chuck E. Cheese?
man, I know there's. Hey, here's some personal pan lore. There was a high school that had the same layout as my school, but they had like it's like your school, but better. We've got a jukebox. We've got one of those spinny things. We've got neon lights, and it's like, why? Why? Why do you guys get an auditorium and we don't? We're literally the same floor plan.
Oh my god.
Anyway, that high school vending out of the way, I'm gonna need you to roll a perception check. Alright, so, you squint a bit, you see some weird things here and there, like you see a wooden box, you see like a box, you're like, oh, is there something in here? Nah, it's just baby teeth, I don't need that. You see a weird pine cone, you don't need silver pine cones, and then eventually you see another glassed slipper. Now, that's great, you have found one solution, but now there is the how do you get down situation.
Zeb holds open his arms. Jump!
Jump, tuck, and roll.
I'll catch you.
Alright, so if you're jumping down, Zebediah, I'm gonna need you to do a, I'm just gonna say a general dex check. Just your raw dex to see if you can catch it, if you can time it right.
I was gonna say athletics because I'm strong.
But it's okay. You're quick. Because I would argue it's more of a matter of timing and how fast you are, more so than how strong you are to catch, you know? Because Chad is like a tiny bird. But yeah, no, you managed to catch him very easily. Congrats, you succeeded on the trust fall.
Achievement unlocked.
And you have another glass slipper.
My Crocs.
It's your Crocs.
These are my Crocs.
Your Crocs.
I just had a thought.
Yeah.
Since technically birds are dinosaurs, aren't all the bird races in D&D dinosaur people?
I'm smiling, not confirming this.
I love it.
Alright. So, you now have the other glass slipper. How will you try to resolve this situation?
Well, they weren't. Neither of them wanted the other slipper, so I'm taking them both.
Oh! Okay.
My Crocs.
Alright, so that's what you mean by my Crocs. You like take both of the slippers, and do you start like just walking away?
I'm putting them on.
You're putting them on.
They were gonna Wisdom of King Solomon cut the one in half. Neither of them really won it, so I won them. They're mine.
They couldn't play nice, so they get to play nothing at all.
If I can't give them the slippers, I'm gonna teach them a lesson.
They fly, they like zoom on down, seeing that there's both of them, and they try to they start arguing a bit, like, this one's mine, no, this one is mine. They sort of like start spinning around to see like which one's their slipper. They keep on changing which one is their slipper, but they're trying to like debate amongst themselves which one is which, and then like sort of fly on up and insist on, in unison, they go like, now give us back our slipper.
Can you share?
We'll have our slipper, they say as they look at a slipper. They do look at a different slipper, I will say.
Chad's already wearing them.
May I just ask, why do y'all think these are your slippers?
Cause we
I have an
wore
important
them.
question. Do the
We've
slippers
just been
fit
going along with
Chat's
this
feet?
whole premise that they're your slippers. I'm not giving it a second look. Now that I look about it, 2 and 3 aren't making 4 right now.
That's because they make 23. Idiot.
What was Chris gonna say?
To answer Pan, I definitely feel like Chat's feet are uncomfortable.
They definitely don't fit.
They don't. These were not made for avian feet whatsoever.
They sure were.
But we're proving a point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can't play nicely.
So, this
So
is...
which Twix is it, kids? Left or right?
They...
I don't see what the big deal is. These don't look like very good shoes anyway.
I mean, they're not very practical, you know.
Alright, one will say right, one will say left. Both at once. How will you enable? Will you go along with this option of peace, or will you choose to cause problems on purpose?
Fiverr advocates for peace.
They decide peace.
Alright.
It's all on them. If they want to be kind and gentle about this, go on our way.
Alright. But well, yeah, one has said right, one has said left. So, will Chad take off the slippers? Will Chad de-escalate the situation?
Okay, so they both have said that?
Yes.
Okay, then yes, I will de-escalate.
Okay.
If both of them said left or right,
He said
I
one.
would break whichever one wasn't listed.
Alright. You see them, like, as you go take them off, they, like, look at each other as if, like, hey, you're not gonna screw me over, right? One of you see a solemn nod, like, Grizz sees a solemn nod between these tiny figures, where they just into their respective slipper to presumably live there.
Oh.
All right. Thank God we don't have to deal with Tweedledee and Tweedledum no more.
Fairies in glass slippers shouldn't throw stones.
Yes, yes.
To be fair, they didn't throw stones.
We threw a bird.
It's a metaphor.
What's the
What
meat
is
for?
it?
I'll meta you're for. I'm just turning into fucking the dad from King of the Hill. Bobby,
This bear ain't right.
burn ain't right.
There's something ain't right about that bear. Snails.
Alright, see, that's a great event. I'm gonna be real, I don't think we're gonna need another minor event because I'm very satisfied with that being the most eventful thing on your travel.
That was just pure madcap slapstick chaos.
That's what the Feywild's all about, nonsensical problem approaches. How do you resolve it?
Eat the bird. Always eat the bird.
If for some reason there had been some magical reason that we couldn't just have gotten the shoe down with Mage Hand,
Yeah.
I was gonna turn into a monkey and then have Zebediah throw the monkey at the shoe. And then
I love how
I
it's
love
still... I love how that just makes it sound even more like a comedy.
Yeah.
No,
I
we
just
gotta...
love how 90% of our problems are being solved with
Zebediah, throw me!
throw 'em.
Alright.
Yeah, monkey.
One of these days, Zeb's gonna have to throw himself.
I mean, I do that to the ring all the time.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
What, you thought they could just lift me over my head? Look how big I am. Look at these my pecs. This is heavy muscle and beef. They can't lift that easy. I gotta help them.
so I made some homemade ice cream again.
Oh, fuck yeah.
This time I added a scoop of peanut butter So I'm eating some peanut butter blueberry ice cream, and it is amazing.
Oh,
Oh, sounds
there was
good.
this one time. There was this one ice cream joint up in North Carolina I went to as a kid. And they had a chocolate peanut butter ice cream, but it wasn't like mixed together like it was chocolate peanut butter flavored. It was chocolate ice cream with just giant strips and chunks of peanut butter. So it's like ice cream and cold peanut butter, and you would just get like an inch of peanut butter at a time, and you're just eating cold peanut butter. It was the best thing ever.
Also, I found out how to put things names of places onto the map.
Ooh. Also, you grabbed the key goblin, Jingle Jangle.
Oh no!
She's
Jingle
stalking
Jangles
us.
are coming along.
Swear
They
we
realize
heard
we
it.
are the key to solving this world's problems.
We're the
Whoa!
ultimate collection piece now. Jingle's just gonna organize this in her cave and be like, alright, you right there.
Jingle, jangle, jingle, jangle.
Until we turn to crap.
Every time we try and move, they just come and poke us with their giant key staff.
Why do I... Okay,
Key crabs.
do you remember the Monty Python skit where they were trying to say the name, and the name was just the sound of a pin dropping?
No, but that sounds great.
Like, they would say, hello, my name is... What's your name? Oh, this. Oh, your name is...
No.
Yeah, that's my name. I'm just imagining their real name is just the sound of jangling keys.
Yes, hi, my
That's-
name's...
Sometimes that's how fey names be.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hold on. I got my keys right here. I just gotta grab them.
Gonna jangle them in front of the mic like entertaining a baby.
Like, I just imagine, hello. Hello. How are you doing? Oh no, their name is...
the trees talking to you, they give them a pair of keys on them they keep secret. I'll keep that in mind if I ever run the module again. Alright.
Their business card is just 2 keys, so you can always say their name.
But anyway, so you guys enter this part of the swamp where you notice, like, in the distance there's this large stump, or this large trunk of a tree. Not a chunk of a tree, a trunk of a tree. Excuse me. And the variety of little, very narrow pathways that seem to be these crosswalks about like... Yeah, okay, I'm actually gonna read the box text because I've been spacing out. Once you approach the Brigands' Tollaway, you notice a foggy marsh stretches out before you. Rickety causeways made of wooden planks from wide, web-like structure above the bog. 300 feet away, many of these causeways converge onto an enormous ivory-covered tree stump that rises a good 10 feet above a 20-foot-high bog bank that enshrouds it. So, yeah, these crosswalks seem to be about maybe 5 feet wide and not in the best condition. Like, it's definitely not well maintained, and it definitely relies on a lot of quick-footed rabbits.
I'm just looking at this area and I'm going like, that looks like the marsh from Xenoblade Chronicles.
I don't have I only have 2 Xenoblade 2 tracks, and it's not swamp.
I've never been to that land. Sounds interesting.
I've never been to Xenoblade.
That sounds like a fucking character from One Piece.
One, please.
I am Xeno the Blade. Fight me, Zoro.
You see, unlike you, I use 5 sword style. Anyway,
I hold one of them with my
Northern Arrow,
ass
so
cheeks.
Grizz is no longer bare.
Huh.
Alright.
You doing okay, bud? You took a hard fall there.
I'm okay.
No.
All
I
right.
didn't even feel it. Just the bear did.
No.
So,
You're not fair then.
as you guys enter towards this marshy part with these tullaways, how do you want to tackle it? Is there any particular area you guys want to start around? Like, do you want to start where you're already at? Do you want to go more towards any particular entrance of sorts?
We definitely want to scope out the joint and figure out a plan of entry. Like, do we want to sneak our way in here and just steal their stuff? Or, I mean, appropriate their stuff? Or, I really don't want to hurt anybody. I mean, but I'm a doctor. I could knock people out without, like, killing them. I really don't want to kill anybody. But they seem to be a problem, so it's like, even if knocking them out, they're still gonna steal afterwards. Like, I really would like to resolve this wholly.
I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure
Well, I think the only way
clap
that,
will, alert
that's
the
gonna
guards.
happen is we gotta get rid of the hags, and put like, what was her name? Zimbalma. Put her back in charge.
Good idea. Is that what were you saying? I missed.
I was making a joke about the Metal Gear beam. Don't worry.
Alright, where's our boxes?
Alright, so are we gonna go with Fiverr's plan to stealth around, or are you guys just gonna go in headstrong? I'll take you on. Headstrong, I'll take on anyone.
If we want to go, if we
I
want to
think
go
we just keep
stealthy,
rolling,
Chris will
rolling,
lead the
rolling,
way.
rolling. Yes,
Want,
stealth.
want to keep on going?
All right.
I say roll. I say stealth.
Alright.
We know.
Grizz says, "Walk this way," and assumes a silly stance. And casts Mask without
Ooh.
Trace.
Alright, pass without a trace. So, as you guys want to stealth around, sort of find a good entrance point, you will all have plus 10 to your stealth. Which will be very good for Chat in particular, who... Wait, does Cat use leather armor like a weird paladin?
Cat uses. I believe I wear a chain shirt, which, if I remember correctly, doesn't impose.
Chain shirt does impose. Wait, no, wait, it's chain shirt. Right,
Maybe
that's
it's
weird.
chainmail.
I have to look that up because I know we
Either
talked about that.
acrobatics or
Would it be like the
stealth, but
chainmail Naruto wears?
Naruto wears chainmail?
What do you
Chain
think
shirt
the
does
fishnets were?
not. Chainmail does.
Ah, okay. Oh yeah, chain shirt just is lower AC, right?
The-
Chain shirt's a medium armor, a AC 13.
Right.
The
I am-
fishnets
I
under
am
all
a
the
weird
Naruto.
paladin.
The fishnets under all the Naruto characters are. It's supposed to be like armor and chainmail and stuff.
I never remembered that. But yes, I am a weird paladin that wears medium armor.
And Yokai, the reason why Pan keeps hitting me over the head is just because I keep telling terrible jokes.
And I make more terrible jokes, and then we enable each other. It's a very horrible cycle. But yeah, if you guys want to, I'll change the music to stealth music.
Do 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 do.
Alright. So, if everyone could get stealthed.
Gonna get rolling for the stealthy.
Stealth rolls?
Stealth rolls. Ooh.
Alright.
Alright, and I want to remind you, Fiverr, that's with a plus 10. So it's actually 25.
How do I do a plus 10 from the character sheet?
You can just add 10 afterwards. Like, just be like,
Okay.
alright, like what Rand did with that and be like, oh my god! Jesus Christ!
31. I am solid fucking snake,
You guys!
29.
Yeah,
Where did Zep go?
The only idea of my presence that you all are aware of is ever so slightly you hear my ass claps cheek.
just a faint.
can even
Oh
get
shit,
past
I
22.
rolled survival instead of stealth. I'm sorry, I don't have a 33, I only have a 31.
Oh
Time.
no! Only 31.
I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong.
Oh, in
I
that
clicked the wrong
case,
S
you're immediately perceived and gunned down.
We're so sad because we have the same result.
Bum bum bum. All right. So, as you guys are sneaking around, I'll let one of you do a perception check to sort of like scope around as you guys are stealthing through.
I will do such a thing.
You will
I have a
perceive.
+6.
Oh, I only have a +4, but I do have expertise in it.
I just want to let you know, by cartoon logic, Zebediah is now wearing a bandana and smoking a cigar, and it has an eye patch.
And the cigar is, I like to imagine it's a candy cigar because he doesn't smoke.
Yes.
Alright. So, Grizz, as you are squatting down, as like you have made this cool trick of like, I imagine like maybe you sort of like, when you guys weren't looking, he just placed like, you know, those like ponchos of like grass and everything people wear when they're like stealthing in swamps and everything.
Mhm.
I like to imagine he just happened to
ghillie
know
suit.
how to make one.
Just covered in ghillie suits.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, and that's how you get the sort
I
of...
mean, of course, Grizz. Of course, Grizz would know that.
Yeah,
He's-
like, who wouldn't know
he's a
that?
druid.
Yeah, who wouldn't know that when they're raised by bears? Like, all bears do that. Didn't you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Grizz, as you do that, you do see that, like, although this pathway is probably one of the more direct ways in, probably the easiest to navigate, you do notice that, like, the inner circle of things, like, when it gets clouded, you do see, some rabbit folk a little in a bit of a higher place, with, let's see, what do they have? They have what you can only presume being crossbows readied and looking out for any rascals coming in.
Grizz points out the brigands to the others.
Or I should reference specifically the Haragon snipers.
Yes. Grizz points these out, and then laments in not having any ranged options.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Does anyone have any ranged options to deal with the Brigands? They are quite a distance away. If you guys haven't started going on and walking on the, if you've just been scoping around the area, like I would say it probably would be out like anywhere between 90 to like 100-ish feet or so.
I do have the option of making them go to sleep.
You would have to come in closer for that.
90 feet.
Is that the ring to sleep?
Yes.
Oh shit. Okay. Then you could most
Strength
certainly
dart.
attempt that if you wish.
I need to roll a 5d8 to see how many hit points worth of creatures I can.
Mm-hmm. Sleep they will.
Let me get my dice roll.
The dank kush they have smoked. Munchies I have. Burger King Luke. You get me?
Alright. So, in that case, you notice two of these, what does sleep look like for you, by the way?
As a doctor, could probably suss out sleepiness pretty well. Sleep to me would look like if they were at the ready with crossbows and stuff, they would just kind of like hunch over and then slowly lay down and curl up and get snoozy. Like
What is it like? What does it look like when you're invoking this magic? Is it just like what do you do to enable this?
Fiverr just kind of waves his hand out and like Sandman dust
Ooh.
floats from his hand towards the creatures in question.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you see.
Kind of just breathe it in and then go, a nap's good.
You see 2 of them fall asleep, and one other bunny brigand is like, "What, guys? What are you doing?" He seems quite distracted right now. He wanted to go in while some are asleep, and they're trying to deal with this.
You said they were 90 feet away, yes?
Yes.
Is there any difficult terrain between here and there?
You do know that the actual, like, if you were to go on, like, just the mud and marsh of it, yes, that would be difficult terrain. But there are walkways, you would see throughout the map, like all of this, all of these, like, wooden stuff and everything. They don't look the sturdiest, so there may be a risk of something going on there, but it would let you go full speed.
We could start past them.
And, how many are still awake?
There only seems to be one owl that's awake, and he's more like ranting to them in their sleep to be like, "What are you guys doing sleeping on the job?"
It's not
Alright.
break time.
Like, yes, he does not seem to, like, in this split second, has not started
Grizz,
awaking them yet.
in that case, Grizz would like to initiate a surprise round.
Alright, what would you like to do to initiate your surprise round?
Okay, so Grizz, if we're 90 feet away, then Grizz is going to run along the walkway 30 feet so that he is 60 feet away.
Here, what
bonus
way?
action cast.
Oh, nothing, I was changing music, go ahead.
Bonus action cast magic stone, and then action hurl a magic stone at the still standing sniper.
Alright.
With advantage, because he is surprised.
Alright, well, take your shot.
Alright.
Yeah, he would definitely not
So
know
Grizz
you're
does
around.
this. Yep. Grizz does this. With the spell having taken out 2 out of the 3, Grizz sees this as the signal to attack. Leaps up, runs along the walkway, reaches into his pocket, pulls out one of his carefully chosen good throwing rocks.
Good rocks.
And bam! 25.
You know what? I think that squeaks on by.
5.
You bonk this guy right on the head, and he's definitely got like a little bit of a red streak going down. Like, what was that? Oh, go crud! As we're gonna roll initiative now.
Yay!
Yay! I will now add Bunny Boy, if I can find a Bunny Boy real quick. Let's see, Bunny Boy, where are you?
Very tiny initiative.
Small-ish. See, the thing is, it really matters if this guy has a high enough initiative to do anything about any of this. Do-do. Alright, do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. Alright, let's see what he's gonna get on his dish. Alright, he's got decent decks.
Sargon's our
15! Alright, is everyone's initiative correct?
Yes, I have a 7.
Okay, does not seem like everyone is correct. Do you all see your initiative?
I see it on the chat thing. Hold on, let me look on.
Okay.
I see in the chat, but not the turn order.
Okay, because I'm asking about turn order.
Yeah, hold on, let me.
Because in that case, I may be using the pogs from the other map.
Should I just re-roll initiative?
No, don't re-roll.
Okay.
Okay, so chats look like it went through. Fibers
wait.
has to be fixed. Zebediah's has to be fixed. And again, do you see them on
yeah.
the turn order?
I don't
No.
see it on the turn order, but I forgot I have hair trigger, so I get proficiency bonus to my
Ooh.
initiative rolls.
Yeah, so it would be added to a 9 instead. Okay, yeah, I'll just add you guys back in. And Grizz, did you roll initiative?
Yeah, and what? No.
21.
Where's Grizz? There's KB's. Oh, 21. Okay.
I'm talking while muted again. Dang it.
Ah, like a fool. Do you see your initiative?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh wait, oh you have 2
Me
initiatives.
and
That's
the,
weird.
the hair were the only.
Yeah. Okay.
Talking while muted, true VTuber experience.
Yeah, it sure is.
Mhm.
Alright, Grizz, you have another shot.
Okay, if that's how you want to run it.
I mean, it's your,
I'll
it's
throw
you
my
got
second-
the, you got the highest initiative, my guy.
All right. Does
Third-
a 13 hit?
It does not. This one's like aware of like, oh god, oh! He like dodges out the way real quick as this like glittering rock flies on by. He's like ready. He's like scrambling to get his crossbow ready. Like, oh chandelier. All right.
I
Well
don't
then,
see.
oh, I guess I will also then proceed to run 30 more feet closer.
Okay. Chat.
Get you.
Yes. This may be
That person I'm gonna
overkill.
go get.
But I'm from where I am going to cast a guiding bolt.
Okay. Roll to attack.
It's my only ranged option that won't wake everyone else up.
All right,
Just
you
fucking
hit. Roll for
railgun at
damage.
this man.
Roll your 4d6.
So that's,
Yeah, how do you
my
take
radiant
this guy
damage.
out? What does a guiding bolt look like for you as you just blast this man?
It,
You,
to me-
whoever just opened a soda, perfect timing, because it sounds like the clicking of a Glock.
That was
My
me.
partner?
Um,
Oh no!
but
Okay, so at the same time, he did a thing too, but it was.
a lot more.
but also I have to point out that if chat is going before the other guy, they should have advantage.
Well,
Well, again, Romy.
the fish
The
for
guy
the
already
crit.
went.
Why would you fish for the
For the
crit?
Yeah,
Why?
you might have done 8d6 of damage.
No, I'm asking like why would that occur?
Yeah, no need to fish for the crit.
Because the surprise.
I would have counted
all
the
get it?
surprise round just for your bit after he noticed
Oh.
that you guys were around. Yeah. Because I noticed I've been very generous with you guys with surprise rounds.
I mean, I was confused because like I shouldn't have gotten 2 attacks in this with him.
Oh, well, no, that's because I rolled the initiative, and then it's like, alright, we're starting initiative proper, that's why. I
Okay.
just sort of went with that.
Okay.
Yeah, 21.
Yeah, but,
And I wanted to hold back the railgun.
yeah, so, how does it look like you casting Guiding Bolt, and just, like, crushing this man, ruining this man's whole career?
I was imagining it very similar to the way that I described my smite before,
Mm-hmm.
where it's less of a bright, flashy, radiant thing and more of just a fast, rippling bolt that just collides with him and causes him to fly back.
Alright, so you get a good like swing of your new like of your new special dagger, and it just ripples out what starts off as a small bead of force to then like slowly growing larger and larger to this like small like almost like slightly glimmering like just thread of force as it just boom throws this like little rabbit comedically out into the fog like a like a goofy cartoon. Like a Team Rocket member. You don't know what happened to them, they're gone.
A little twinkle in the fog.
Yeah. Ding.
We'll be back.
Hope they're okay.
you won't know.
I have no idea.
But it's okay. It's okay. He's gone, and the child won't see.
In
Yeah,
3
he's gone and
sessions,
it's all okay.
a rabbit man will just come back and go, you.
You ruined my life. You broke my leg.
Well, if I get close
Punished
enough to him, I'll
rabbit.
cast Spare the Dying.
Punished Aragon sniper.
Why does that sound like an actual Metal Gear boss?
It's because it has sniper in it.
Yeah.
Alright. Now, as Grizz, as you're sort of staying still here and have stopped, like, running at full force, I'm gonna ask you to make a quick dex save. As you hear some of the creaking underneath you, there's sort of a creaking going on from the boards. Oh no!
Ooh.
Alright. So, after you have, like, your moment of, like, yes! I'm in! You're... As the boards around you snap. As you're just... probably for you, waist deep in mud.
No. We gotta get him out.
And I think the only thing not making anyone else notice is because you have Pass Without a Trace. If you do not
Wait,
have that, I would have had people be like, what the fuck was that? We all have bunny ears.
Aren't we also now not in range of that anymore? Isn't it like a sphere of influence?
Talking while muted again. I think while falling off a bridge into waist-deep mud is probably worth a concentration check.
Alright. Well, in that case, because you asked to roll for it.
Yeah, I am no longer concentrating on Pass Without Trace.
Alright. You just go, ah! And as you're submerged in mud, you...
Wait! I have Warcaster. I have advantage.
Okay.
Never mind. I'm passing
You're
without
still
trace.
past. You almost like you almost let go of your cool swamp suit. It's like, no, it stays on. It stays on in the mud pit.
You can't let us be seen.
So,
Grizz
yeah.
starts trying to get out of the mud.
All right.
It's unpleasant.
In that case, make an athletics check.
Can I help? Like Fiverr would be immediately like, oh no, and then reaching out, like.
Grizz
down.
is stuck.
Grizz is stuck.
Grizz will
If
need
you
help.
will feel what I would feel like, because there's no immediate danger right now, because the Pass Without Trace, I will allow the help action.
Yay!
Okay.
All right, you just barely like, hey, gah! Get the boy out.
So many falls today.
I was once stuck in mud that was up to my waist. I lost a shoe that day.
Now the mud has it.
The mud has it.
The mud's
Still
wearing.
out there, I assume.
I would assume too, because I don't think that thing's decomposing.
It's pretty deep down on
Fossilized
the bottom,
now.
Yes. I was stuck. I would not have. I would have been doomed if it were not for the archangels pulling me out.
Aw.
That's why you have the cybernetic high thighs now.
The mud's
I can
very
neither
happy.
confirm nor deny that.
I can. It totally happened. I'm a divination wizard. You can trust me. I swear on everyone.
The mud has like formed into
gonna have
the
to cancel
shoe
you
and
for
made
that.
it look-
Privacy.
Hey, the government already does it.
Hey NSA, how you doing?
Well, yeah, but they're the government. You know, what are you gonna do, other than stage an anarchist revolution?
Haha, wouldn't that be crazy? Hey, KB, I have an idea we should talk about after stream.
Yeah.
Not that I'd actually do it or anything. Hey, KB, let's talk.
These are things Pan, a fictional character, would do.
Yeah, like Pan Naps, my favorite fictional dear wizard boy who's fictional and not real and wouldn't commit any crimes.
Indeed.
Anyway,
Because he's fictional, I can't.
that's right. He cannot commit legal
But
crimes.
the fictional version of Boingo would also suggest looking into the I double double and supporting the one big union.
The one big
Yeah,
union.
I would agree as well.
Anyway, so. So, in that case, you guys are gonna keep on sneaking through, I presume, correct?
Indeed. Sneaky sneak.
Alright. So, I will ask.
Grizz is gonna ask, we gotta go to the tower and see if there's anything there?
I think that would be a good idea. Get in and out as quick as we can.
Tower.
A tower. Yes, Snake, a tower. It's a tall structure, usually in a cylinder. Huh. A cylinder?
Cylinder.
Yes, Snake, a cylinder. It is like a circle, but it extends upward. It's perfect for having a lot of real estate, but not consuming a lot of land.
Land in Alaska's premium.
Maximum area for the minimum wall.
All right. So
Extend.
I'll ask for one more stealth check.
Stealth check.
Still with advantage?
I am still concentrating on passive
You
about
are.
trace. So I will only have a
Oh
15.
no!
No.
It's okay. It's okay.
Mm.
It's 16 for 5 or a 15.
I don't know. Like,
Grizz.
I know inside me there's the whole
23.
rule of like, well, yeah, they got pass on trace, and also, also that,
Also, there's no critical failure.
there's no critical failures. But also, I feel like 2 nat 1s is kind of an omen, though.
Yeah.
Like, am I wrong as a DM not to invoke the power of double nat 1? Am I not
Fair.
justified? Cause I feel, you know what? Cause technically it's not allowed in the rules. I will allow it with your consent if I will bully you on the account of double nat 1s.
I mean, if we get to choose, I always choose what's more.
But do you want more spicy?
I do love spicy.
The DM in me likes the spice.
Ooh, alright, we got one for spice.
I talked over you to make sure that I was in that geyser before, so I think you know what my answer is.
I don't know. What is your answer?
Fuck me up, man.
Alright, fuck you up? Alright. Cool.
Hey, I have 19. Am I still a part of the fuck up?
I will say it's a
I mean,
group
I had a
check.
23.
Nah, I'm fucking. Don't worry.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
joking.
Alright, so as you guys are like sort of going through, you Grizz, because you're the one with the highest perception, correct?
Yeah, plus
Yeah.
6.
You notice very fast a blue streak sort of flies on by, and you see on like, you know, one of those like mushroom platforms that are like on tree sides? They
Oyster mushrooms?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like on the sides of trees. A blue blur sort of hops on over there in insane speeds and like does like a little whistle, which I would do, but I can't whistle. Thank you. Be like, well, looks like we got company. I didn't even invite anyone. I think you guys are a little unlucky. I only noticed you were here because I sped right past you. Felt, I don't know, fur of a kid and another rabbit across my shoulder. you say that, and you notice now there's this rabbit. Let me see if there. Wait, he's gotta have an icon. He's gotta.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd probably be really easy to make a quick icon. I mean, we all have an idea of what he's looking like.
Yeah.
It's in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, right?
Yeah. Cheers. Oh yeah, he's the first thing because he's alphabetical.
Alphabetical?
Alphabetical.
Alphabetical!
Oh.
Alpha beta call.
Oh gosh, no.
Hey, who's making which call?
The Sigmas are in reserve.
Yeah. But you see this this Haragon who's got like some nice looking studded leather, some nice like looking like he's got some bandages on his arm. A good like like when you're at the gym, like those kind of bandages. He's got like a pretty solid like looking shield, and he's got a scarf that is comedically long, blowing out into the breeze. Like it is like 15 feet long.
We can use that.
And he just goes, well, look who's over here. Hey boys, looks like we got some company. And it looks like there isn't as many boys as there would have been, due to the fact there would have been mostly snipers covering him. But right now it seems like about, let's see, how much does it say? How much does it say here in the book? Looks like about, 2 more Haragon Brigands come in with some clubs, like smacking them down, getting ready to do,
No problem.
yeah, getting ready to do the 1-2 tussle, if you know what I mean.
Hey, Grizz.
Grizz throws off the ghillie suit of swamp plants. Readies his good stick in one hand, casting Shillelagh, and straps his shield to his other arm.
Alright, I'll get the combat map ready, because, again, one thing that this module's bad at is not giving any maps, and I tried that resource you gave me that one time, but it only sent it in video files, and I think I got scammed.
Oh no.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I need a good
is
cartographer. I
not
know that guy.
good.
Nope. It sure
I'm
wasn't.
Very sorry about that.
No, it's okay. At first I was thinking like, oh, it's a laptop issue, like it doesn't know how to process these files. And then I do it on another one, and it's like, oh no. And it like sends you like it records them all, but it sends it in a like in a movie file that will show you a random map from there. And it's like, how is anyone going to do anything with this?
Yeah, like when you screenshot it, but that's gonna be such.
Yeah, and you have to like fish for whatever one you're getting.
I can't believe that.
How do you do that thing in the chat where it-
Slash me.
Oh, you know what? Looking at what I sent you before, it looks it might just be because that is the Fantasy Grounds version. They have a different link to a PDF version.
I tried that one. That didn't work.
Oh. Okay.
It was very
well,
much
in that
a
case, I
we'll
don't know.
try it again next time kind of bit. Like, all right. So, once again, I ask for initiative. All right, I'm checking stream to see if your icons are going through.
2.
All right, they're still in there. Oh wait, why is chat's like icon invisible?
Yeah, why
I
did it
see
say no
chat.
valid token selected when I rolled initiative?
Oh, that's weird. All right, I guess I'll manually, cause like, okay, now it's not showing on the turn order. Okay, cool. All right.
And
Guess-
mine's 11 because of the +2.
Right.
Which I can just edit myself once it shows it. Ah.
So, Rhiannon, if
Yeah.
you go to the little gear tab in the top right of your character sheet,
Mm-hmm.
that you click that little gear tab, you'll see in the center column in that first box, which is strength, dexterity, constitution, etc. There's
Yeah.
a initiative modifier.
It does say two.
It does say 2?
Yes.
Okay. And it's still not adding your proficiency?
I don't believe so. Let me try
You have
rolling again just to.
What's your dexterity?
My dexterity is 5. Wait, sorry. 16, so 3 for its modifier.
Okay.
Hey, wait.
It's rolling your initiative with a +5, so 9 is correct.
Oh, my bad. Well, thank you. I will switch that to a 9.
Okay, so let's say
No problem.
that number.
13.4. What? Why are you bringing pi in? Wait, no.
Because Zebediah's initiative is bigger than Chad's, and they got the same number.
Yes. Oh, 0.4 like 4.
Yeah, what your initiative
modifier
is.
over my 1. That's a really good way to actually do that. For
Thank you.
player.
That's
never
something
thought
I
about
do in my home games. But as you thank me, it looks like it's the Bunny Boys' turns first, fellas.
I do think our tokens still need to be resized.
They need to be resized? What do you mean?
We are taking up. We're not the same size as the squares. Of the map.
Yeah, the Fiver's so much bigger.
We're
I
all
mean,
too
I know I'm
big.
the dad of the group, but
Yeah, look,
really Zeb is the largest.
I shouldn't be this much bigger than Zeb.
See, I think that's more just the map,
Yeah,
like overlapping the
sure.
actual grid.
All I gotta do is like grab the handled size, pull it close to the.
'Cause I
edge,
think-
put
I
it
think
in the
it's
corner,
gonna
and
be-
then resize.
Are they?
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Okay.
Oh hell, time's fucking in a square. Oh mate, I'm in a square, mate.
What kind of
Oh
which
my-
squares are we using? I'm gonna-
I say, when in doubt, just go with measurements. Like, if you feel like you're really unsure, because use the measuring tool. When in doubt.
Measure it out.
But, anyway, it's time for Bunny turn. So, let's see.
We're in Fire Emblem territory now, folks.
You sure are, buddy. Let's see. I'm not gonna let you guys see this guy's movement. Yeah, that's right. It's gonna be a secret.
You know, when you first said a blur went by, I had a minor heart attack because I thought quicklings, and I'm worst things.
Don't worry.
Those are the worst things in
Don't worry.
the world.
Don't worry. You'll know if you're dealing. You'll know when you're dealing with them.
Because we'll be dead.
You're already dead. All right.
Nani?
Nani? Let's see. Just gonna do. Okay, this is only gonna need that. That. Okay. Alright. Okay. So.
Okay.
God. So this guy starts taking a simple. He runs up a little bit and takes a massive jump, getting over to here, walks up a bit, and jumps a little bit right next to Zebediah. As he was jumping, some of the brigands handed him over like an iron rod with a heated tip at the end of it. It looks like a branding triangle. And after he has that in his hand, in his nice hands, as his scarf is billowing out, he's going to attempt to attack you with this branding iron, Zebediah.
Really is turning into jackass.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be real. Aragon is, yeah, Aegon, super wild for this level. Yeah, so he hits you for 3d6 fire damage, and as this sort of like burning sort of hits you, for like you wince a bit, and then you open your eyes, you don't see him anymore. As quickly as you're unable to see him, everyone else sees him get out a knife and tries to go for a quick stab. This is going to be an advantage at you because you're practically blind to him. Does a 17 hit?
Yes, 17 hits. That 12 wouldn't, but that
Yeah.
17 does.
And it's going to do 8 stabby damage as he's going to take this opportunity to, as you are unable to perceive him, he's just going to... Go all the way over there. His movement is ridiculous.
And I am on the ground, not able to do a thing.
Yeah, you're
I'm
just...
at -1 hit points.
Oh, fuck! So, yeah, you just get branded with this iron, like, oh no, and then you get, like, stabbed, and he's like, alright, book it! And now it's the Paragon Brigand turn. Alright.
Can Pam, can you make the other player's HP visible to us? 'Cause
Oh,
I can
sure.
See,
Yeah, no, that's
see it.
when we were. I don't know when that was.
I think you can do that too.
No. We don't. We can set our bars, but we can't make our bars visible to anyone else.
Ah, okay. I know it's the red bar. Alright.
So I know I'm using a lot of bars. Red bar is my health bar.
Right.
Green bar is my good berry bar, and the blue bar is if I'm wild shaped, my wild shape HP bar.
Right. I think they should be visible now.
I see fibers.
Is Fiver's
I
not
don't
visible?
see
No, Fiver's
Zeds.
visible. I can see her on chat or on
see-
stream.
Chats, but no one else's.
Oh, okay. That's weird. Cause
There we go. I got my.
no, I got yours visible for everyone. At least your bar Fiverr, because I know stream can see it.
No.
Yeah, I can
Fiverr
see
I can
mine.
see.
I can see mine and Fiverr on stream, but I can't see anyone else's.
Okay.
Same.
I'll move over here so that
Okay.
it's
I know some dies.
blocked.
I just added the max to mine, so hopefully it'll show up soon.
Yeah, it should be visible to everyone according to what Roll20 has claimed. So I don't know what to do about it if it is not showing.
Hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'll try loading
Yeah, reload might work.
20.
I'll do a reload.
Same. Reload.
Reload.
Loading.
Yeah, no, I still can't see Zebs.
Huh. That's weird.
Yep.
Anyway, as much as I understand it's gonna be important
Well,
for
we know
players,
Zeb's at 0, so
yeah,
Yeah.
it's okay. Player communication's a thing. So yeah, that has happened. These bunny brigands over here. Let's see, how far can they go? Clearly not as far as their boss. Go there. Alright. This rabbit boy runs up, hops on over towards in front of Grizz, but can't get right to him. This one won't. And this one sort of hops on over towards over here to get a little to close in on the turf.
Yes. Yes.
I'm seeing the arrows go by, all the calculations. Like, yes. Yes.
Found out you can hide it from others.
You
But
can.
it's so much more fun to see the arrows.
To see the arrows go like. Alright. Zebediah, make a death saving throw.
Okay, hold on.
That's gonna be a raw d20.
Oh no, my thing fucking disappeared. Hold on. When I reloaded the page, it disappeared.
Hey, just roll a 1, okay? Or 20. Roll a 20. Just roll a 20.
Just roll a 20.
Roll a 20.
Alright.
Really help me out here.
It'd be like so easy if you did. Like really cool. Alright, you succeed. You are not on your way to being deceased. Chat.
Cat is next.
Chat is turn.
Chat. I have a tactic. I have a request. Can you move Zeb just at least 5 feet away and heal him? As your turn. I want to do something to this 20-foot radius.
A very specific area.
After I have planned for Blur. I am going to move over to Zeb. Oh, there we go. I was stuck under ruler.
Oh, I get that.
Been there.
And
And what are you gonna do?
yeah, I was trying to see which would be more efficient with my actions, casting Spare the Dying or using my Lay on Hands.
Well,
I think I'm just.
we'll also know that Fiverr is next, and if you want... See, you would get a guaranteed amount of hit points to him, but if you want to wait till your next turn with Fiverr, Fiverr can do their... Oh wait, no, they can't yet. They're not level 4. They can't do
I
healer
do
yet.
have a plan for this guy on my turn. Why am I not pinging?
No. So yeah, I would probably, if you wanted DM advice, Lay on Hands could get him up. Spare the Dying would make him not worry about death saving throws.
Yeah, I'm thinking Lay on Hands. I don't know about getting him out of the 20-foot radius though. I think
I would say probably just out half your movement as long as you're trying to carry him, especially because he's a really big guy.
Okay, I'm actually gonna burn 10 of my Lay on Hands healing points.
All right, get Zeb up to half.
Yeah, get you back up to half, and gonna drag him as far as the rest of my movement will take me.
I just see 20 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet.
Yes. It like
If I'm healed, can I
If
at
you want to
least
move him
pick one?
farther, that's cool. But he just needs
I
to
move-
be there.
I moved 10 feet to begin with, so I can move another 10 feet back this way.
Yeah, probably. You want to drag.
I would use Peerless Athlete, but I actually have plans for my channel divinity now.
Ooh.
Ooh.
All right. Fiverr.
That is my turn.
So I'm
Barbara,
at
please
10
do
points
not-
now.
Yes.
Please do not end your turn in the area.
Please not in the 20-foot radius.
I
Yes.
will not end my turn in the.
I mean, you're a rabbit
I'm
folk
currently
rogue.
good, right?
You should have many ways to deal with.
It's your turn then.
Quick thing though, out of character. Reloading the page made the music stop. Would you be
Oh
able
no,
to
I'll turn the
make
music
three
off and on again.
Thank you.
Thank
I like
you.
the music.
I tried to whisper at you, but I forgot what the command was.
I forgot to whisper at you, so I thought yelling would work.
So you just gotta lower your voice and only talk with your the wind and not your vocal cords. That's how you
Oh
whisper.
yeah, and then I'll hear it. I'll hear it when the winds blow across my helm.
So I looked
Time
to
for the wind to blow across the country.
Mm.
yeah. I looked to this guy, and I just like say loudly to the party. I'm like, I'm pretty optimistic about this encounter, this battle, because I see some old geezers we're fighting. They got a lot of gray hairs, and I cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on them.
Ooh, alright, well, I do believe it's only on one target, so you're doing it
Yes.
on the Scarf Lad, Aegon Long Scarf himself. Alright, so he's gonna do a wisdom.
Sonic.
Yeah, Sonic, yeah. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got his name wrong. I'm so fucking sorry. 16, does that pass?
Neon
Wisdom saving throw
all
for
cravat.
me. Oh gosh, I forget how to calculate my wisdom DC. It should be my spells. They're based.
Should be 8 plus proficiency plus intelligence. So 10 plus intelligence.
Plus proficiency is 2 plus intelligence gives me another 2. That's
So it'd be 12.
only a 12.
Ah.
He is not amused by my pun.
He enjoys the attempt of humor, but he doesn't. It doesn't make him go ha hoo hee ha.
Does he give a sensible chuckle?
He does give a sensible chuckle, yes. All right, Chris. So what do you
Maybe
want to
I
do with within that 20 feet radius?
I want to get at least.
Well, first I
over
want to
here.
read my spell again, and then be very sad because it isn't a 20-foot radius. I was lying.
Oh no! I
It's
can't believe
20-foot
you're a
square,
liar.
which is much worse because I can't actually get all 3 of them in a 20-foot.
Oh, so you're telling me
Square.
you don't have fireball?
No, I can only do this much. Unfortunate. I
Ooh.
thought it was a 20-foot radius. It is a 20-foot square. Unfortunately. So, my bad. So what I am gonna do though is I am gonna cast Entangle
Ooh.
on Neon Long Scarf and the other guy.
That is strength, correct?
That is a strength
Ooh,
save.
that is not his Pogger stat.
I figured it was not.
Is his Pogger stat gaming? Is he a gamer, bro?
He big old
May I
rabbit
draw?
is restrained.
May I draw
Yes!
some hanging vines in a 20-foot radius? Or does...
And
There's one.
Please do.
interesting, the brigand has a strength.
Oops,
I wonder if he's got the
I assume
brawn.
he's probably just like the
Alright, but this bunny over here,
well.
he's strong enough to surpass.
He can
All right, well,
go further.
Well,
That
because-
was my turn was less effective than I was hoping it.
Hey,
would be.
you got the boss.
A weapon to
Yeah,
surpass.
that's the
okay.
important
I
part.
feel
So
like
he's
as-
restrained.
As you get the
Um,
tangles out, like it sort of wraps up, like it more so instead of wrapping him up, he's like very quick to avoid it, but he's got his like scarf like tangled up in there. He's like, oh, great, now I gotta get this out.
Yeah, teamwork tangles.
All right.
Also, this area is difficult terrain, so.
Yeah. All right. So.
Okay.
Aurora Borealis,
hey,
located entirely in your.
Oh, you still
Still
got
my
more.
turn.
You still got more. You
Still
doing on your
my-
turn?
I still got more. I still got more.
All right, you
So,
got more. Okay.
Also, I'm gonna like do my thing now. The
Mhm.
thing I do.
Yeah, the thing
And
you do?
I'm gonna be a bear.
You gonna be a
I'm
bear?
gonna be
All
a bear
right.
now. I'm gonna
We
be a
should
bear.
have to
All
bear
right,
with
you
you.
gonna be a bear? Fine, then be a
Yeah,
bear.
I can do that as bonus action.
Yeah,
All
be a
right.
bear. Go ahead, do it.
No, I can't. You haven't given me control of the bear.
I'm doing it right now. There's your bear. Are you happy?
All this is
No,
unbearable.
because it should be a large-sized creature.
Oh, okay, fine.
Werebear.
Pop.
It's like a werebear, but more there.
There. Now I'm happy.
Okay, I'm glad you are.
All right.
Germany, fuck
And,
nothing Christmas.
And my bear has 34 hit points. Okay. And I'm just gonna like, well, I am a professional, so I will use my bear move to move, we'll say, well, that guy's not restrained, so that's right. So I will move to here.
All right, to avoid the opportunity of attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Smart. Well, now it is the boss, Egdon Longscarf, to see if he can escape this entanglement.
It'll call
He
Witchlight
cannot.
so even if he-
He cannot do anything. As it is now the Brigands' turn, the one who is... Oh wait, he's not entangled. He's cool. It's only the boss who's entangled. Alright, so...
Mhm.
These two over here are distracted by... Oh! Chandelier's a bear! Get him!
Mhm.
And they will attempt to bonk ya.
Okay.
And oh shit, I'm looking at their stats right now, and I did not realize they have pack tactics.
Tactics?
Oh shit! I should have known they were just thugs. Oh man, that's a problem. Thugs are way stronger than their CR implies.
Oh no, they're more in the tier of wolves.
Yeah. No,
Alright.
because they got like good hit points.
So,
Okay, 16 hits the bear.
all right. So this is the one that isn't in the Tangleverse that is going to smack you first.
I'm pulling.
Right,
these
so
out
you can
for
just
access
manage
to
HP there.
and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The bears.
Go bears. That one's gonna do maximum bonk damage, bonking you right in the nose.
Okay, well I'm gonna make my Constitution saving throw for my concentration with advantage.
All right.
Because of, so 2d(k), keep 1 plus 3 against a 10.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
No, you are focused on tightening down the natural grip you have formed.
Well, I'm getting bonked again. Let's see the other bonk.
Oh yeah, this bunny's gonna hop around. Yeah, this bunny over here is gonna go for another bonk. All right, I don't think
Okay.
he's. It's really just seeing if he crits.
Roll again. He might crit.
He might. He doesn't. He rolls above 20, but it doesn't crit.
Okay.
4 damage.
All right. 4 damage. And another. Okay. And
All right,
the spell
you're good.
stays up.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Good thing you have Warcaster.
That's.
Because you would have had Duality of
That's what
Man.
it's for. That's what it's for. I knew I was gonna be casting spells, shifted into a bear. This is what I did.
KB, I just want you to know, I briefly saw you turn into a Muppet, like, you know, like Kermit the Frog, like Muppet, like, goes, like, in a, like, 45-degree angle up, and it's, like, screams, like, I just saw that, I'm like, that's why I took it!
That's what it's for.
Anyway,
Just give me another level, and I'm gonna have a proficiency bonus on that as well.
all right, Zebediah.
I'm trying to remember. I got like one action and one bonus action.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And you also got movement.
Okay, so movement isn't included in the bonus action. That's what I was
Movement
trying
is just you can do that either before, after, whatever, any action or bonus action.
So it is like Fire
It is just like Fire Emblem.
Emblem. So I'm gonna move over to Sonic,
Uh-huh.
and then I am going to do this. Hold on a moment.
Because he is restrained. Any attack you have will be with advantage.
I would like.
To kill.
Hold on. I would like to cast this at level 2. Vicious Mockery.
I will allow this! Alright, so he's gonna make a wisdom saving throw, and if he fails, we're gonna scale this up as if it is a level 2 spell. So that'll be a 3d4 psychic damage and the disadvantage.
So what do I got? D20 plus.
He's gonna roll the wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I don't have to roll anything for that.
Yeah. Ah, he passes. Sorry, man. I appreciate the bold move of leveling up a cantrip to a higher spell slot.
Then in the meantime, as my bonus action, I put him in a full Nelson because his scarf is caught, not him. So I can just, like, no, full Nelson. I put him in a wrestling hold so I can slam him to the ground.
I forget. With Tavern Brawler, does that specifically make you have to do a grapple after an attack?
When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, well,
When you hit. Yeah, you didn't hit him with an unarmed strike.
Shit, fuck.
Yeah.
Never mind. Well, I'm probably gonna die soon.
Hey, at least he has disadvantage on any attacks against you. Also, I will say, you wouldn't have been able to see him. But you know what, no, I would have allowed you this because you would have been able to see, like, vines and shit. Like, tangled around something. It would have seemed weird to you. I'm gonna let that go.
Seeing as how he doesn't actually have the melee option,
You're right.
he have
Smart.
not moved
Yeah.
into melee
Nah, it's reasonable.
because
Like, yeah, no, after I said that out
my
loud.
entangled deny
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, no, as I was saying it out loud, I was like, wait, no, it doesn't make sense why this happened this way.
So, move back, or I'm just there now.
Alright, you can, how much movement did you use to get there?
20.
You could.
Well, technically he couldn't. Does he have like the mobile feed or something?
No, I don't. So,
Oh, you still
you
got
only
10
have
I
feet
was
of
just
movement.
interpreting what you guys were saying of like to ignore the movement. So,
Alright.
onward.
Oh, I missed that part. I was getting a drink.
Ah.
But yeah, because normally it takes half your movement to stand up.
Well, he's not prone. Oh, wait, no, he was prone from that. Never mind.
He
Yeah,
was
you're
just down.
You're right. Alright,
So he couldn't
Anyway.
have actually moved into
It's
melee.
an absolute boingo moment.
yeah. So we'll just move you, well, because you didn't have to be right up there anyway to do it. We'll see you right there. Alright. Fiber.
What? Not chat?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chat has a plan to take care of Sonic.
Chat?
I wonder what's going to happen to Sonic.
I wonder what's happened to Sonic.
Chat is going to point at Sonic
Yes.
and why is it not? Oh, there it is. I am going to say strip and cast command.
Okay.
He
Command word strip.
is restrained. But
Okay.
Yeah, so he'll be trying to strip and it won't work and he'll get...
oh,
It'll
that means
be
he won't be
hard,
able to
but
use
he'll
his
be
action
doing
to
it
try
for
and
a
break
while.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smart. He
Yes.
does fail. He will attempt to strip on the next turn.
All right, and then for
Uh-oh.
my bonus action, I will be using.
I'll be using my gun, sir.
I will be abusing Channel Divinity Harness Power to get my spell slot back.
Oh, look at you.
And I will approach and get ready to pick up the scarf whenever that hits the ground.
Okay. Fiverr.
I'm gonna use my cunning action to use the hide action.
Okay.
And I want to get all sneaky-like up here in the tree bits here.
Okay.
Close to
Roll stealth.
stack. Still where you do.
All right, you are hidden.
And I've got my quarterstaff at the ready.
Just in the bushes, like I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna bonk you.
All right, you may
So
roll
use a
disadvantage because you are hidden,
Yes.
and that would mean sneak attack.
So, I forget. How do you do plus
All right, you
5
can
or
roll
roll
again if you want. But we're really just fishing for a crit.
10? Yeah.
All right, you hit him. Do that, and I think your sneak attack damage is 2d6, so I think it'll be a 3d6 plus whatever your. I think it's strength for quarterstaffs.
Yes. So my strength is 0.
Okay.
So I'll just roll 3d6.
Hey, it's gonna be 3d6.
That's pretty
You're gonna be doing
good.
what he does with that hot smoke and iron.
Can we move here to 1, 2, 3. Oh no, that's 4. And then a d6. 3. Roll.
Ooh, some solid 11 damage. I don't want his commands. Okay. Alright, you do a really solid bonk!
Right in the, between the ass.
Ooh. And he is like caught off guard because he's like trying to get himself out of there, and he's got like his eyes sort of widen a bit as like the command sort of like reaches his rabbit ears, and then you take the smoke just bonk!
I'm disrupting your ability to strip. Gotta keep stripping.
Alright, Grizz.
I'm gonna be
I'm going. Okay, I am going to multi-attack this guy. to my
Alright.
left.
Alright, maul this rabbit.
Bite.
Oh, just, yeah, you crunch him. Roll for munch damage.
Okay. Minimum munching damage.
Yeah, minimum munching damage.
Clawing damage.
Yep, no,
Or
he will
clawing
be
hit.
clawed.
It's an 18 hit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, only 11 damage? Yeah, no, yeah. He had 4 hit points.
11 slash.
He had 4 hit points left as you just, like, you bap him. You bap him
Okay.
like... You bap him like how a cat does to a mouse. Just bump! And
Alright.
this rabbit is very much, let me see, how would I put it? Just... Pew! Boop! Unconscious.
That'll do. That'll do. And then I'm gonna just shift position to here. So
Alright.
This guy can't get closer to any of my friends without triggering an attack of opportunity.
Alright. So,
Hankin.
when Aegon hears strip, and I imagine because you want to specifically do the scarf, and I imagine you just point at it to signify what it is, because you're smart. You can communicate. Do you notice there's a brief moment where he goes for the scarf, but he doesn't go for it? You can roll an insight check real quick as he's about to do what he's going to do for your command.
Okay.
Because I feel like only you would notice it, because you know exactly what you were trying to do with that. 6?
Oh, that is.
You're
a
not
good
sure if
roll.
he just has really good willpower to follow your command, like, would say like a monk, like a genie's wish sort of situation. Like, maybe it's like you didn't tell him what to strip, but instead he removes his shield. His AC is lowered.
Okay.
Okay.
Like, he's
I'm,
sort of like...
I'm glad this happened because I had to pause, or I had to like mute and scream because I realized Pan had previously described his entanglement as only being his scarf entangled. So I imagined that Pan was gonna have him just take the scarf off, and now he's no longer entangled and he's free. And I had to scream, but it didn't happen. So
no,
haha!
I know why that's... I know things that I may tell you after.
I assume that
after
he's
stream.
got a Giast or something onto him, but no.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Alright, that is his turn. And now it's this leftover bunny rogue who's like, okay. Oh. He's like looking over to his... Change the music for a moment. Let's see. There's a moment where this rabbit, time sort of slows down for a bit. When this little Haragon joined,
He might win.
when he joined this gang, he thought, yeah, we could do anything here. He got his good pal Timmy to join too. Timmy was the toughest rabbit boy he ever gosh darn knew. We joined the boys, we joined with Longscarf, we sung his songs, we brewed his snails. We beat people up, black and blue, we stole things, because that was like cool and stuff. And now a bear showed up, and it was like a kid, and now he's a bear. And he's taking down Timmy, my boy! My beautiful boy! I'm just here. I just got a piece of wood I picked up. And I can't run. I got the tangles all over me. I'm not like the boss. I ain't bound down by the ropes. I'm bound down by the bear. I ain't got nowhere to go. But we got one more shot, don't we, buddy? He finishes the soliloquy by looking at the club, and I'll keep it ambiguous if that was diegetic or not. As he's going to go for a bonk attack.
I almost want to fail my concentration now. It just pokes me in the nose and it all falls apart.
7! It doesn't hit! Welcome to my ultimate technique of making a sad situation out of some rando antagonists and giving them a story for you to feel bad for them. It's my favorite strategy. Zebediah.
Alright.
You see a shield fall down.
Okay. Wait, that's the wrong place I want to go. I don't want to go there. I want to go here.
You wanna go here?
This tab.
But yeah, you see from this like these vines are sort of grasping this invisible force, and then you can see a shield plop down.
Okay. Since I am not quite hold on, wait a second. Nope, can't do that. People are in the way.
Could you maybe move around the people to do what you'd want to do?
I can do that. Hold on. Boom.
Big brain thinkies.
So let's see.
I will say the vines are difficult terrain, but you could maybe go around different paths.
Oh, I don't think I need to go through the vines.
I don't think you do, because I think I know what you're talking about.
That guy won't be hit, but this guy definitely will. And I have a general vibe that he's somewhere in this area.
Mm-hmm.
So, Thunder Wave.
All right, and are you gonna go further in because you will hit your pals from where you're standing currently?
It says a wave of thunderous force sweeps out from you. And it's I need to be in a square.
Yeah, and also it's like it's gonna be centering from you. That's why I'm like, I'm sure you don't want to.
Right. No. I was thinking it was coming in front of me. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna move myself back so I can.
Yeah, start where you were, because I had that DM moment where like, I see what you're doing, but I can't really like be like, you should do this, boss.
Okay, would I be? Can I go there? Because it's difficult terrain, it's halved?
Yes, you would exactly be able to get there.
Okay, cool. Then... Hold on. Oh no, it's still 15 feet in. You still get... These guys still get boozled.
Asking permission to rules lawyer.
Yes.
Yeah. You may rise.
According to Jeremy Crawford on Twitter, Boingo's original interpretation of the Thunderwave area is correct, and yours was incorrect. See the tweet, which I have just linked in general. The red circle is, or the red square is how Thunderwave is supposed to work, according to Jeremy Crawford on Twitter.
I will say no.
So if Boingo was standing here, it would be a clap in front of him.
I don't know, because I always like the idea of Thunderwave
like
being centered from anyway. So
Wait. That means it's a Hulk clap?
That's how I understand it is intended to be. That it's like, a burst out in front of you as opposed to burst.
Because the thing is, I think the big appeal of Thunderwave is more of a get the fuck away from me spell, and that's why it should be centered on self. So
Minus the Thor and Falcon.
I mean, you are.
That is why I would say.
I'm not going to argue beyond that. I'm just pointing out what the rules are. So,
yeah.
If you wish to house rule it differently, then it's fine.
I will house rule how I've always seen it, because I think honestly it makes more sense to me.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't have any other spells that would help out and beat the guy. I have a feeling we're closer to beating the guy than not, so buffing and debuffing seems like it'd be a moot point.
Hey, never hurts.
Yeet me!
Okay, can I do a quick perception check to see about where it seemed like the guy was because of the shield drop?
Sure.
Okay.
And I'll allow this as like a quick thing too, because it's not really hard to do. Yeah, this guy's... Fiverr just bonked something? It's probably next to Fiverr.
Okay. I would like to yeet.
Alright.
May I yeet?
With consent.
I'm yeeting cheat. Chat.
Oh, I thought you were gonna Thunderwave and just like hit me in it, but sure, yeah, yeet me.
You are now weapon, yeet.
It's this motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Athletics?
Yeah, I'd say athletics. The DC will not be as high because it is chat, and chat is a small bird, and their bones are hollow.
I am small.
But you have
Is
knife.
this an attack roll?
Is the goal more for positioning, or to use
goal
chat as an
is-
improvised weapon?
Improvised weapon. It is.
Then
like,
it will be an attack roll.
hold out your knife, and
this
I
will
throw
be
you.
This will be neutral because he is invisible to you, but he is also restrained.
So just 1d20.
So it's just gonna be neutral. Yep. Well, you would still add modifiers, but I don't think I don't think,
Yeah, I
like,
think that's
what,
enough.
your 10 total's gonna hit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because my strength is 3.
Yeah, no, that 9 ain't gonna do nothing. As he goes, woo! I will say, chat, let's see, because you were thrown.
Yeah, it was thrown.
I feel like you were thrown instead of at him. Well, you were thrown to, like, right over here. In the thick of it. Not a bad position for you, but not to crash into him like a weapon.
Still get stabby.
But hey, it's
Yeah.
not gonna ruin your day, as this is chat's turn. Unless
Zeb is-
Zebediah want to do anything as a bonus action.
I don't think I have anything I could
Okay.
feasibly use as a bonus action. That's just a bump on a log this whole go round.
Hey, sometimes that's how it be.
I'm gonna attack with my new short sword.
Your short sword.
Yes, my short sword.
Oh, that's
Very
not gonna
short
hit.
sword.
Oh, dang.
Dang.
A
Well, you have
short sword,
advantage.
known
You have
as short
advantage. I'm
king.
sorry. You have another chance.
Oh.
Because he's restrained. That will hit! That would have hit even if he did have a shield.
Alright.
And I do want to remind you, you can smite on any attack roll.
Oh,
If it hits, you can smite.
I know that. I plan to smite, so...
Alright, just wanted to
That will-
remind you, because I feel like, you know, it is your paladin given right to smite.
There is my damage, and I will be using that very last spell slot for a smite.
Alright, roll that.
That is...
It's a 2d8.
Yes.
Unless he's secretly a fiend.
So that would be 5
14.
piercing damage? Yeah,
Yeah.
and then 9 radiant.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. No, you just, like... You do, like, a fancy thing where, like, you look like you're about to, like, go for the scarp, and then you, like, faint, and you're just, like, a powerful swoop! As you just have, like, a good stab on, like, the collarbone as you just, like, retreat back.
Ooh. Ooh, I don't... I'm thinking about the way I've described my own smite and how that would feel going into someone's collarbone.
It ain't gonna be nice, ain't it?
I pity him. Mhm.
I pity the bunny.
Mm.
Fiber.
Well, I'm in bonking range. Why not use it?
Yeah, and you will have advantage because he is restrained.
Sneak attack.
I'm gonna.
That will hit, but if you want to fish for the crit,
I always do.
we always do around here. Alright, well, it's
We'll
still
do
gonna
that
hit, and it's gonna be
correctly.
sneak attack damage because the attack was with advantage.
Nice. So we got a 3d6 again.
Yeah, solid number.
Oh my.
Oh, hey, it's damage, and he's not looking so good.
I was so impressed by chat's.
Like
stat.
he would probably be like going like, Mom, I want to leave.
Mom's not here right now.
He hasn't even met the bear yet.
Oh,
He
no.
hasn't even met the bear yet, because unless Fiber wants to do anything as a bonus action, it would be bear turn.
Let's see. I'm good.
Okay. And is he gonna beat the bear yet?
Well, alright, let's begin. Let us begin bear time. First, I'm gonna just take a little nibble on a little bunny man in front of me. This
Oh.
is 13 nibble.
That I think will just miss. Actually, yeah, it does just miss. He narrowly
Tragic.
he uses like the like his club to be like, oh, I got him.
His miss threw me off balance. I was expecting like a swing, but instead it was more of a poke.
Mm.
I was very confused. Now I'm just gonna like
Bam.
swat him.
Oh, that's gonna
I'm
hit.
gonna bop him. I'm gonna bop him for 10 bopping. I'm
And
sorry,
one
it's cutting, it's slashing. It's not a fun bop.
You're right. You're
Bop
right.
it.
It was a painful,
Let's
terrible
see.
bear,
Where's
bear slash
It's an
Twist it.
inner
mauling.
Pull it.
And there are many bear growling, angry bear sounds, which I will not attempt.
You know what? No, I'll put on his sad cowboy bebop music again.
Okay.
I could do some bear growls. Yeah, you'd like.
But only if
Time
it's death.
slows down for this brigand once more, as he sees his moment slowly puts up the club. The bear bites it. He did it. He made it through. He closes his eyes in relief. Yet, when they open, a harsh sensation of claws and paws slam at him at full force. Yet this moment is slow for him. It's not as painful as he thought. After all, soon, he'll be knocked down with his dear friend Tim once more. Alright, anyway, yeah, so that brigand's down.
Okay. And because I am a bear and I have 40 feet of movement speed, I just
Bear
jump
time.
here. And now, Neon Tall Cravat will get to meet the bear.
Neon Cultivat has
Next
met the
turn.
bear. I see you got a bear.
I get to meet him up.
Oh, Cravat.
The kid grew up all the way to be a bear.
Just a baby grizzly bear.
This is a little guy.
Little guy.
Little big guy.
Alright, well, that will conclude my turn.
Alright. Mm-hmm.
So what you going to do, buddy? Try and escape? Use your turn to try and escape? Or
Has he
attack somebody at
stripped yet?
disadvantage? What you going to do?
I'm looking
You don't
over
have to
I'm
try
looking
that
over
one.
his fates either way.
Yeah.
Of course that's gonna be up
Bad
to you what you want to
situation.
do. But I feel like seeing that he's in a corner, even if he did escape, it ain't gonna end up well for him. So I imagine him being right-handed, right? So
Sure.
he's gonna attempt the ironing brand at you, Grizz, even if it's not the best idea, and attempt the dagger for Fiverr.
Okay.
Like, is this the best strategy?
This is a
No,
sense-
but in my brain, makes the most
I mean,
sense.
the best strategy would be doubling into Grizz, but
It would, but also his hands are restrained. Alright, I don't think a 9's gonna hit you, Grizz.
Does not.
it does not.
Oh, hey, you didn't get crit though, Fiverr.
Okay.
But a 21 will still hit.
Yes. Alright. You take 7 damage. As soon his fate is coming to him.
Oh no.
Zebediah.
Grizz roars with anger.
All right. I am not fucking around with any goofy plans. I am moving here, and I am just throwing as many punches as I can.
Alright,
And
it'll
what
be
I
a straight roll, because he is entangled still.
Hold on. Now I'm being brain idiot. 20 plus my what?
Your strength modifier.
Okay.
Yeah, 20 plus strength and proficiency to hit.
That's proficient.
So it should be a pretty decent modifier for you.
Okay.
Oof.
Ooh.
You get out a flurry of hits, and you know it's not because you have like a lot of strong hits, but this rep's like, oh, go, like it is almost out of luck that he is dodging.
Hitting some of the vines, maybe by accident.
Anything you want to do as a bonus action?
Well, I didn't connect, so I can't grapple.
Yeah, I'm sorry, boss. Didn't know if you want a healing word, any bardic inspirations and the like, or...
Since they are next... give a bardic to, Chet.
Alright.
Chat. Hold on. Boom. There we go.
Alright.
1d6.
Chat.
Right. Cat is gonna attack with the short sword again, but I do have a really, I think, poetically ironic musing here. I think it's really interesting that before Zeb killed it against a invisible opponent,
But now he cannot.
and we're
Flashbacks to
like,
the Invisible Devil.
But it's
held
only
it.
to him.
Ooh, I love it. Just a bit of dramatic irony that I really appreciate.
Yeah,
Ooh,
you got advantage, but that 6 ain't gonna hit.
I got it.
Can also apply
Fifth for
a
crit.
d6 to the hit roll, if you find the next one's a bit short. You
I
could
will
add that
that
d6 and that could
next
change it.
one. Oops. I goofed it.
The dice roller has like a little shortcut for D6 if you want to use that.
That is not gonna do it, unfortunately.
Ooh.
Even without his shield, his AC is stupid. So, unfortunately, no.
Think
Fiber.
I'm stuck on my bonus action items. Yeah.
See my companions doing their best, but yet not landing anything. And I'm just gonna give it my all and really raise that quarterstaff high and mighty and swing down as hard as I can.
Alright. Roll with advantage.
Yeah, we're gonna take the next one.
Yeah, you're gonna roll the other one, aren't you? No, you're not. This rabbit is in objective survive.
He's become a zipping, zagging, untouchable.
He's becoming a blur.
It's up to you, Grizz.
You only got a +2 with the quarterstaff? Ah, okay.
I know.
Grizz criticizes
You got me.
as a bear.
I mean, that's just your proficiency, so you got no strength or dex?
I don't think quarterstaff is finesse.
No,
Oh,
I
is it
don't.
I wish it was.
Wait, it's a monk weapon, so monks get to use
Yeah.
it. I guess normal other characters don't. Okay. Then we gotta get you a short sword. But first, Grizz, having seen Fiverr be stabbed on this monster's previous turn, roars with a roar, all of the horror and terror that a bear can inspire, and then he just goes for it.
Go to town.
Oh, I should have advantage, shouldn't I?
You should.
So 2d20 keep.
Unless you chose not to, like a nerd.
Right.
Alright, that 24 is going to hit, big time.
All right. So here is my nibbling damage, and then I'm gonna claw.
Alright, well, you don't have to worry about that claw. Because
and so then I
this
come on
man
for another 7
is,
damage.
this rabbit is very much out of the fight. But I'm gonna leave this decision up to you, my good friend. Does Grizz go for the kill?
He stabbed my dad.
All right. Cool. Cool. So yeah, very deceased. Can I get someone to roll a d8?
I think this should go to Grizz.
Very much.
Oh, and item interaction, I take his scarf.
I mean, if I
Alright,
rolled
so
a D8, it turned out horribly.
I'll wait till we get here. Okay, so he's dead. Just dead. Okay. Cool. Got it. Okay, cool. So you bite into him and he lays down cold. No different than any other rabbit you've hunted down. I'm gonna change the music to find another vibe. Let's see, what's a good vibe for this kind of aftermath of battle? Because regret's a bit too hard. Here, what if we did?
Solemn.
Right. So you take the bite and you take him down. Now, Grizz, I don't know how much you use grown-up words, but this man, right bastard, he is. But it's alright. He's dead.
He can't hurt anyone anymore.
And
His grasps his wound.
you try to take the scarf off. It does not come off.
Grizz growls curiously at that, but that was his secondary concern. So he's going to go and check on Fiverr. Fiverr, your wound is being poked at by a bear nose.
Oh.
May I ask where the wound was landed, or do I get to choose?
I'd say it was probably whatever was closest to him, so probably like somewhere on the arm.
That's what I was thinking too. Fiverr just keeping pressure on the wound so it doesn't continue to bleed as much. Seeing Riz nuzzle at it and stuff and be like, it'll be fine. All wounds heal with time.
Grizz stops concentrating on the entangle.
But there are bigger things to concentrate
Vines.
on.
Oh, I need to like select the tangles into the thing. Not myself! Oh no!
No! Dad!
I'm so sorry! How do we fix this?
It's okay. It's okay.
How did it end up like this?
I was trying to select all the things here. I'll just
Hello, it is me, your father, Fiverr.
I succumbed to the injury.
Alright, you should have
There we go.
control. Yeah. Okay. So,
Grizz, seeing that Fiverr is okay, is just going to look and scan the area for any other enemies.
nah, this...
Sniff the air, see if there's any sign of danger.
You may see an occasional brigand or two, but they come around and go like, oh god, the boss! They just like, they book it. See, like if anyone shows up, it's mostly to see like what was going on, and they see the boss's body cold on the ground, they just run.
Seeing them run off, Grizz returns to the body of the boss. Can I get a vibe check on this scarf with my Arcana proficiency?
Yeah, you can get an Arcanic vibe check.
Alright, one vibe check, please, with a 15.
You can tell that as you're trying to maybe like take off the scarf and do like some like tests or something with it, looking for anything in particular, you have heard stories of some fae who get very petty at each other, doing some small punishments. This was likely a curse or something put on him. Like, maybe something for his vanity or something. Like, he treasured this scarf so much that may have it forever and ever more, rather it be for, you know, regardless if it is for detriment or for style. Could have been maybe a punishment from the time before the hags took over.
And Grizz will put one paw on the scarf and look up at chat, who he knew was also looking at the scarf. Shakes his bare head no. And then walks away.
I don't know about no, but chat's gonna try and take the scarf.
Alright. You tried to take this scarf like how you would any other scarf. It does not come off. It almost seems like with Grizz, as he was like pulling on it, he was just seeing like, you know, resistance and everything. But as you like maybe like go in, try to wrap it, and like you're being a bit smaller and having your eyes closer to the ground, you see like almost like, you know, like with like stuffed animals, like when they have like felt stitched on. It's very small, but it's like you see like, oh, that's where it's connected. You see points like that there, here and there, where it's just is a part of him.
Maybe a little grim, but I want to cut it with the short sword.
Alright. If you give it a bit of time, I will allow you...
Grizz ceases to be a bear.
Returns
Chat,
to boy.
no. It's
Boy
cursed.
has
Chat
been
is
cast.
genuinely confused, but doesn't say
It's
anything.
cursed. A fairy put a curse on it. You don't want it. It's bad.
Okay.
Leave it with him. It's his curse. Let him keep it.
Fiverr covers his eyes with the scarf.
Aw. Completely wrapped up in it, I see.
I think this is like the first time we've really killed.
Yeah, because I know with the Brigands, I
Yeah.
specifically was like, no, I don't feel like the intent there would be to kill. This
is
though, I
something
was like,
Mhm.
do you take the shot?
This is something Chad is very much not accustomed to. Through mentoring, he's very used to the concept of taking your trophies and tolling the dead. So it's like it took a second to really understand. Oh, this isn't right, and this is cursed, and I should stop. But I do.
Alright.
Zeb is just panting off to the side. It's going like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Because I feel like, for you, because let me check how long the branding thing lasts for. Because it lasts for stupid long. Like, this boy, like, I forgot to add some things.
I couldn't believe that the blinding effect is just permanent. I was
Yeah,
like,
it lasts for 24 hours.
No saving throws?
Nope, it lasts for
Wow.
24 hours. It's removed by a creature or object by any spell that ends a curse. Like, this boy's CR2, and I'll be real, I forgot about, like, uncanny dodge and evasion from this boy, and, like, him having wisdom saving throw proficiency. But, like, no, he is ridiculous for a
Evasion wouldn't
CR2
help him, he
boy.
didn't make me,
Like, he is ridiculous, and I'm glad It's like, no, I don't even have to worry about that stuff because you guys are gonna take him out in a timely manner.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, you probably all you see, Zed, is probably just the blood on probably Grizz's like mouth when he bit as a bear.
Shit.
Yeah.
Doc, can you look at this real quick? I think I'm bleeding.
Yeah, winces as he keeps pressure on his arm, but like walks over to Zeb to check him out. Make sure he's
Yeah.
okay.
No, you got, for the most part, you got like a little stab, but the main thing that you see, Doc, is like this triangular burn that has like, that's sort of put together by like 3 rabbits, sort of touching each other. And they've got like little scarves and like burglar bags on them. It's kind of cute if it weren't like, you know, seared into his skin.
Could I use my herbalism kit to, at least, if I can't, like, because the burn, like something to solve it, make it not hurt as much, or possibly not scar.
Yeah. No, you can do a herbalism check. Yeah.
All right, that's gonna be a +2 on a d20.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So, as you make like a little remedy for this, you find a way to like not only cool down the burns by using like some like Aola you have, because you know you have those herbs, or like, you know, some weird swamps stuffs, and go in. And you also find like a little bit of like a good dye to use to sort of make it seem a bit more natural, a bit more of like a skin tone smudge. So the burn doesn't seem as obvious, like you know it's covering something, but it sort of covers up the searing, and the burning sensation subsides a lot more than you were hoping for, honestly.
Those times on the road.
And you're, let me guess, detecting magic on the burn mark?
Just in general. I mean, it's, I'm gonna ritually cast detect magic, and then, I wanna, like, check all their stuff. And also, yeah, I'll look at the burn mark.
Yeah. I also, when you see the burn mark, there's like illusion on it. That's probably, like, you know, Zebediah is either seeing or not seeing something because of it. You see...
Inform the doctor. He's got that marks illusion magic. It's affecting his perception.
That's totally why I missed everything. I couldn't see. It's not because I missed.
Didn't you fight the invisible devil?
This is totally because
I
I
was there.
could not.
I saw it. That was really cool.
You don't understand.
Kid, you know sometimes the pride hurts worse than the body.
Yeah. So other than the scarf, is there
yeah,
anything
the scarf
else
has like a
that's
bit of a
carrying?
transmutation, a little bit of a transmutation magic around it, but it's mostly like centered around the neck. And well, the branding has a similar sort of magic aura as around the burn mark.
And nothing either of these two guys possess is
They
magic?
they got clubs. They got slings.
Alright. Could have had, you know, potions in their pockets or whatever.
God, they wish.
Nah, they took monster thinking it's potions.
They took
So,
some rock star
but
thinking
just to
that was gonna
confirm-
cure them.
Just to confirm, the iron is detecting his magic?
Yes. Because it is a magical effect.
Yes. Can Grizz like, I don't know, Arcana check that in any way? Learn anything else?
I mean, with that, I think that's more what Identify is for.
Yeah.
Because, like, I feel like with Arcana checks, I would give you, like, Detect Magic is, like, a guaranteed answer of, like, hey, this is magic, and here's,
Right.
like, the general vibe. Arcana is more, like, if you don't want to invest the spell slot and be like, I want to see if I'm lucky, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
what I sort of...
Well, I don't have Identify. But I will say to chat, I don't know what's up with that iron, but it is magical, if you want to take that.
Chat takes it. I don't have Identify either, but I was certainly interested in it.
It
I don't know
blinds.
if it's cursed like the scarf is, but it doesn't seem to be, at least.
Hey, Identify wouldn't tell
It's
you that
not
either,
so
would it?
It wouldn't.
No.
I could detect good and evil, but I'm out of slots until we get a short or long rest.
I can tell you that shit's evil. It fucking hurts like the dickens.
I did my best on your scar there. It should heal it nicely.
I mean, I don't have things to show the fucking boys. Jesus. Ain't gonna
How many
believe
hit
it.
points are
Good
you?
indication.
How many hit points are you missing?
I'm at 10 right
Is
now.
that
so
half?
yeah.
So you're missing 10 hit points?
Yeah.
How many
Okay,
good berries you got?
I got 28 good berries left, so I'm gonna give 10 good berries to Zebediah. It just says, eat these, you'll feel better.
1 hit point for each berry.
Yes, so you just have them
Yeah,
like a
I
little
give
gum
you 10 of
snacks. Like get a little packet of gum snacks,
Yeah.
and that's just...
Fiverr, I can't see your hit points anymore. How many hit points are you missing?
7.
7.
7. Here are 7 good berries for you.
Ah, thank you. I can use a snack after this.
Riz just goes around handing out everybody's snack time.
Welcome to Goodberry, home of the Goodberry. May I take your order? We only serve good berries.
Alright. And
And secret sauce.
with this good berry snack break, now all you guys have to do is go further on east. No, further on west. I know my directions. And head over to what seems to be the heart of this world, of this part of the Feywild's problems. Going over to Downfall, home of one of the 3 hags that's causing problems like this to go around here. And we'll deal with that next time on Wild Beyond the Witchlight.
Did we want to check out the tree for any loot that might be useful?
I will
Yeah,
say...
that was our intention.
Oh, okay. I don't think the book... Yeah, the book doesn't say there's anything, unfortunately.
No.
But
So-
in the media, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Alright. We're probably gonna be saying our goodbyes, Boingo, so if you just want to say goodbye here.
So long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye.
Alright, well, we'll see you later, Boingo.
Bye, Boingo. See you next time.
Yeah, but it's cool, because next time we'll actually have a real map for the area,
Ooh.
Oh,
instead of just a world map. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Nice.
But,
I'm sure it's better to ask next time, but rest between then?
I will say, yeah, you can rest, because again,
Okay, cool.
right here...
We need it.
Yeah.
I would like at least a short rest, because I gotta get my wild shapes back.
Yeah, because like basically after when you take care of you know Sonic the Hedgehog, basically if he's killed, everyone's like, no, we don't want anything to do with this. No, get out. If he lives, they shun him and see him as a coward. So it's a lose-lose to our boy Aidgon Longscar. But find out more next Wednesday, in the Wild Beyond Witchlight. Until then, I see Elma Schwartz is still on. I think they're doing a funny little Pokemon ROM hack called Moemon, I think. I think they're doing that.
Yep.
Ooh.
So, yeah! And it looks like
Zed told me to play that. I haven't played it yet, but I'm going to do that on stream myself.
yeah, I remember that. Well, hey, we'll see a little preview of it.
Interested in a Moemon. Mm-hmm.
And it looks like she's doing pretty good. Like, earlier in the stream, I saw she had like 22 views, and now she's at 15 views. So we're gonna make it back into the 20s.
Yeah.
Gotta go
Yeah.
back in time.
All right. So thank everyone for stopping by, whether past, present, or future. I hope you have a nice. Okay, I got the channel name right. All right. Nice day or evening, and have a nice. Hope you look back and had something nice happen today. Until then, I wish you all a bye-bye.
Bye, chat.
Bye-bye.
Not the player character, but the chat and to listen to us.
Boy.
All right, I am officially stopping.